Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Liner speared by Cal Ripken. Now it's heating up, and he's steamed, and you can't blame him. He's being way cold, and Cal is safe, and the Orioles win it. HTS presents Major League Baseball tonight live from Baltimore's Camden Yards. It's the Rolling Rock Orioles Report. The Rolling Rock Orioles Report is being brought to you by Rolling Rock Premium Beer. From the mountain springs to you, same as it ever was. You're looking live at a scene from overhead from the Goodyear blimp at Baltimore's Camden Yards as Cal Ripken awaits the start of tonight's game as the record will be set. Career number 2,131 consecutive games for Cal Ripken after he plays through 5 innings tonight here at Baltimore's Camden Yards. And what a sight it was last night here as the Orioles beat the Angels 8-0. Cal hit a home run for the Orioles' 8th run, and the Birds just coasted to a victory over the California Angels. The post-game ceremonies absolutely fabulous, and you have to wonder how the Orioles organization can top what was going on last night after the ball game. We're going to go back now to last night's game and look at some of the highlights, and of course they're going to feature Cal. There's no doubt about this. Top of the first inning, and Cal Ripken getting an applause here to the fans, takes his hats off to the fans, and we'll pick up action as we take a look at his wife there, Kelly, and Cal will hit a home run. This capped off the scoring, the home run to left field, his 14th for the season, and it made the score 8-0 Orioles, and this place went just absolutely wild. Cal Ripken with his 14th home run. Bobby Bonilla congratulating him at home plate. 2,130 after 4.5 innings. The ovation was 5 minutes and 20 seconds for Cal Ripken. Then after the game, the ceremonies began, and you can see the flashes going off. Kelly Ripken looking there. And what a terrific evening it was here at Baltimore's Camden Yards as the Orioles shortstop played in his 2,130th consecutive game. Kelly gave Cal a Grease leather jacket. Of course, the two have watched the movie Grease about 20 times on videotape, and you can see Cal concluding the evening last night at around 11:35 here at Baltimore's Camden Yards. Just a terrific performance by the Orioles shortstop when he homered, had 3 base hits in the evening, and the Orioles go on to the 8-0 win. Right now, Sam Green is going to look back on the consecutive game streak of the Orioles shortstop, Cal Ripken.
One of the most famous baseball stories centers around the innocent beginning of Lou Gehrig's streak. When Wally Pipp complained of a headache to Yankee manager Miller Huggins on June 2nd, 1925, Lou Gehrig was inserted into the Yankee lineup. That was, however, the second day of Gehrig's consecutive game streak, for Lou had pinch hit the day before on June 1st. Nonetheless, the words, "Remember Wally Pipp," have stuck with us all who have pushed on, ignoring some nagging pain. Cal's streak had a similar nonchalant beginning. On May 29, 1982, Earl Weaver rested Cal in the second game of a doubleheader. But the next day, on May 30th, Cal was back at his third base job and went on to win Rookie of the Year honors. His sophomore season was even better, as Cal helped the Birds capture the 1983 World Championship. Now at shortstop, the 23-year-old Ripken hit .318 with 27 home runs and 102 RBIs, good enough to become the first Rookie of the Year to win the league MVP honors the next year. And it was then that Cal established himself as the modern-day Iron Man. He played every inning that year, and when he was supposed to tire down the stretch, he hit .393 with 53 hits in the month of September. Cal remains the only Oriole to ever have 50 hits in 1 month. Through the mid and late 80s, when the Orioles' winning tradition took a hit, Cal remained the constant. playing 8,243 consecutive innings until his father, as manager of the Orioles, sat Cal down late in a game of September 1987. But his consecutive game streak continued.
He doesn't play the game because he wants to break a record. I didn't have any thought of that in his mind. And even today, he doesn't go out to play that ball game to break this record of Lou Gehrig. He goes out to play the ball game because he wants to help his ball club win a ball game and get to the championship series at the end of the year.
It was 1991 that Cal put together his best year during the streak, batting .323 with 34 home runs and 114 runs batted in. One of Cal's greatest moments that season came in front of his peers at the All-Star game in Toronto. After putting on a monster performance in the home run derby contest, sending 12 balls into the seats on 22 swings, Cal slammed a 3-run dinger off Dennis Martinez to win the game and the All-Star MVP award. As always, Cal remained modest.
Well, Dennis has had my numbers over the years in spring training, and he got me out last year in the All-Star game in Wrigley. It was just one of those things. I was just trying to see the ball real well, and he happened to be the guy out in the hill when I got a good swing.
So tonight, the man who leads all major leaguers in extra base hits since the streak began in 1982. The man who hit 20 home runs for 10 straight years. The man who owns numerous fielding records, like making only 3 errors in 680 chances during the 1990 season. The man who redefined the middle infield position by hitting more round trippers than any other shortstop in history. And the man who gained everyone's respect by playing the game as it was intended to be played, as he breaks the record that could never be broken, as he passes the Iron Horse. Tonight, Cal Ripken simply becomes the man.
The Cal Ripken Show continues in just a moment as he gets ready to start consecutive game number 2131. We'll be back with more as the Rolling Rock Orioles report continues from Baltimore's Camden Yards in just a moment.
I'm learning as a hitter. I'm learning the pitches. I'm learning how to hit the ball to right field, how to hit the ball left field, and learn how to look for a certain pitch in a certain situation. So all of that, you know, is helping me become a better ball player, and maybe someday soon I'll be in a big league uniform.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Antonio Banderas is so hot, amazingly hot.
Best action I've seen since Pulp Fiction.
It's cool, essay. It's romantic.
One of a kind.
He can shoot me full of lead anytime.
Antonio makes me think of sex.
Lily. Desperado, rated R, at theaters now.
Remember this date, fans. May 2nd, 1939. Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse, has just taken himself out of the Yankee lineup for the first time in 14 seasons. 2,130 consecutive games, a record that will stand as long as young men play the game of baseball.
HTS presents the Rolling Rock Inside Pitch. Earlier today, Mel Proctor had a chance to speak with the Orioles shortstop, Cal Ripken.
Thank you, Tom. We're here with Cal Ripken, and congratulations. You tied Lou Gehrig's record last night. Tonight, you'll break it. Give us some insight as to what it's like to stand out there and hear 46,000 people cheer your every move.
It's the most unbelievable feeling that you'll ever have. It's so unbelievable, I think, that I try to suppress my feelings and try not to think about it just because I'm fearful that it's going to get to me that much. You know, it's one of those feelings that you wish that everybody in the country could feel just once in their life. And maybe they do, because to me it's like witnessing the birth of your children. It's like getting married. It's like some of those happy moments that you have in your life that really, when you're involved in it, it doesn't seem like it's happening to you.
Cal, you've accomplished about everything a player could accomplish. You've been MVP, many times an all-star. You played on the World Championship team. Now you're going to break a record that was thought to be unbreakable. If you had one more wish left, what would it be?
I don't know. I mean, my career has gone so well, so storybookish, I guess. If I had to look at it, I mean, I've had a dream to be an Oriole all my life. Got a chance to be an Oriole, got a chance to play here in Baltimore where I wanted to play. I didn't script my career. I've just gone out and tried to play the best I can, and it just seems like, you know, so many good things have unfolded. I don't know what's next. I don't know what I could hope for or wish for. I'm just going to continue to go out and play the way I have.
Over this process, the last couple of months, the build-up to 21-31, have you ever thought back to the days when you were playing Little League ball in Aberdeen out there on a sandlot somewhere?
A lot of times during this whole streak process, I think that my whole life has been examined very closely through the media, through going back and interviewing, you know, my teachers and my high school friends. And when you read a certain article, you see something that has been said or written, it takes you immediately back to that time. And Little League baseball and high school baseball and your whole life, I guess we as people are who we are based on our experiences. And, you know, my whole life's been very good.
Cal, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tom, back to you.
Okay, Mel, we're only about 15 minutes away from game number 2131 consecutively for Cal Ripken. We'll be back with more from Baltimore's Camden Yards in just a moment.
The question is, how does this compare with the first MVP? I was young and excited and jumped into the big leagues and went to the World Series and had a very good year, and I was named most valuable player. Everything happened so quickly, I don't know whether I understood or appreciated everything that happened. This time around, I've experienced the low points of losing 108 games in the season. I've experienced the high points of winning the World Championship season. So this time around, to rebound and have a really good year and put it together and then to win the MVP award, it's very special this time around. I appreciate it very much.
HTS presents the Regan Report, brought to you by New York Life, Health Plus, confidence in healthcare. Here's Orioles manager Phil Regan and Mel Proctor.
All right, thank you, Tom. And of course, tonight is a very special night, as was last night. Cal Ripken tonight will break Lou Gehrig's consecutive games record. He'll play in his 2,131st consecutive game. And Phil, you have the official lineup card here. Tell us about what will happen to the 6 copies.
Well, primarily, ordinarily these are made out in triplicate. Your one goes to me, one goes to the opposing manager, one to the umpires. But the American League, or baseball, I should say, has made a special lineup card, in that you now have 6 copies. So one goes to me, one goes to Marcel Latchman from the Angels. The umpires have one goes to Cal Ripken, and then 2 go to either to the Hall of Fame or the Babe Ruth Museum. I'm not sure which one, but I know one goes to the Hall of Fame. So there's really only 6 copies of this in the world, and so it's kind of a nice keepsake.
When you put together tonight's starting lineup, what went into your thought process?
Well, there was a lot of things, you know. I thought of the players, you know. There's a lot of them that they all want to play, and you know, in this game, and even had some of the relief pitchers come in and say, "Boy, I really feel good tonight, Phil, you know, and I want to get in this game." So, you know, I think of that, and I thought, you know, one of my main thoughts was, I thought about it all night long, was that eventually I want to get Curtis Goodwin back in the lineup, but I didn't think it would be fair to him to, in such a game like this, he's only hit live a couple times off the hitting, and so I'm going to play Smith in left field tonight. But, you know, Huson, we're going to have him play third, because basically he's a left-hand hitter and he's been doing a good job, and so there's a lot of thought goes into it, and you know, I know every guy on here on this roster wants to play, and as a rule, I don't ordinarily list the pitchers. If you can see on the pitchers here, the starting pitchers, a lot of times I don't always list them because you're not going to be using them in a ball game. But the last 2 nights I've listed them all because I want their names to go into the Hall of Fame, and that's one of the reasons.
That's a nice gesture. Think back to last night when they unfurled the banner number 2,130. What was the reaction on your part and in the dugout?
Well, there's a lot of emotion, you know, and on our ball club, the guys are standing applauding, and of course the crowd, and it's just really an emotional time, and the guys are really happy for Cal, and what he's done, and it's pretty emotional.
All right, thank you, Phil, and good luck again tonight. Tom?
Okay, Mel, the Regan Report brought to you by New York Life, Healthcare Plus, confidence in healthcare. Time now for the Citgo Power League leaders, and we're going to begin with some interesting statistics about Cal. Over 3,700 Major League players have been on the disabled list during this streak. 517 other players have started at shortstop for other Major League teams. The Orioles have used 30 different second basemen. The most has been Bill Ripken with 659 games. Some other Cal feats during the streak. Major League record 316 home runs as a shortstop. He has appeared in 13 straight All-Star games, an American League record for shortstops, and no Hall of Fame shortstop has a fielding percentage as high as Cal's .979 career mark. That's the Citgo Pride of League leaders. We're awaiting the start of tonight's game for Cal Ripken and the Orioles, game number 2131. We'll be back with more on HTS in just a moment.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's pastime. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectible.
Is an ESPN special presentation.
Welcome to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and welcome to a night that none of us will ever forget. September 6, 1995. The people in Baltimore have had the privilege of watching Cal Ripken Jr. through the years. Tonight, the world peeks in as the home folks openly congratulate their hero for reaching the unreachable star. Almost as famous as baseball's legends are their magical numbers. The Babe's 60 and 714. DiMaggio's 56, Cobb's 41.91, Gehrig's 21.30. All of them deemed standards beyond reach. But mere numbers never deterred Maris, never daunted Aaron, and never detoured Rose. Tonight, even the Iron Horse will be surpassed as Cal Ripken walks with the baseball gods. Three things are certain: death, taxes, and Cal Ripken Jr. But Orioles fans have known this about their favorite son for a long, long time. Last night was magical as Ripken and Gehrig stood together at 21:30. Even the new Iron Man was emotional. Then followed a script that would never even be authored in Hollywood, as Cal punctuated a Baltimore win with a sixth-inning home run. The Orioles fittingly won 8-0. You have to wonder if last night he was just warming up. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. We are so glad to have you with us, as it truly is our privilege at ESPN to be here ourselves. There are few instances when you know that you'll witness history at the ballpark, but this is one of them. 2,131 consecutive games for Cal Ripken. What a celebration. But we celebrate much more than just the major record. We celebrate baseball the way it hasn't been celebrated for quite a while. And we celebrate it the old-fashioned way. Hometown boy playing for his hometown team in front of his hometown fans. We celebrate a work ethic that used to be a staple for baseball. But if you think about it, a work ethic that helped build America. You get up, you put in a hard day's work, and you go home to your family. Cal hasn't called in sick for 13 and a half years. Yet his job involves standing perilously close to 90-mile-an-hour fastballs and upturned spikes on every play in the middle of the diamond. And he hasn't flinched. Now, we don't mean to put all this on Cal's shoulders, but 2,131 straight games tells us he can handle the weight. Tonight, we applaud long and loud, as you can hear. I spoke with the man of the hour a short while ago. Cal, you think you might get in tonight?
I certainly hope so. I was kidding last night when I said I was thinking about taking a day off, of course, but God, this thing's exhausting.
You come to the park today. It can't just be like every other drive or trip to the ballpark, can it?
In some ways it is, because you do it every single day, but the last 2 weeks have been very different. And I think last night, if I was to describe last night, it was like one of those out-of-body experiences, the kind that you have when you witness the birth of your child, or actually even when you get married. You know, it seems like it's not happening to you. And you know, today kind of bleeded in from last night, and it's the same feeling today. It doesn't seem like it's happening to me.
Well, when they unfurled 2130 on the warehouse, I mean, that was quite an emotional moment, obviously, for you. Now, tonight, any thoughts going through your mind on what that moment might be like when 2131 appears?
I'm going to try to keep it out of my mind as best I can until that moment. You know, that's a very powerful moment. You know, I thought it was really neat when they started off 2 weeks ago, I think, and it kind of built some momentum. But as it's gotten closer, the ovations have gotten louder. The emotion within those ovations have gotten more powerful. So, yeah, I'd rather not think about it until it gets here.
Enjoy yourself. We might as well get rid of the suspense right away. Not only has he penciled it in, but Baltimore manager Phil Regan has penned in the name, Cal Ripken Jr., shortstop, batting fifth. This just in. Hi, everybody. Along with me is Buck Martinez, as always on Wednesday night. And Buck, that name Ripken on an Oriole lineup card, they've been seeing that around here even before Cal was a member of the Orioles.
Well, Chris, Cal Ripken Jr. is around this ball club his whole life. His father was a minor league catcher, became a minor league manager, and eventually became a coach and manager right here in Baltimore. And even though the job took his father away from his son, the two had a common bond. That bond was baseball. And it was through this bond that his father was able to give his son a code to live and work by. That code was practice endlessly, work hard, and do the job right. That code has been the foundation for Cal Ripken's streak. Any father that has ever played a game of catch with his son will have a sense of what Cal Ripken Sr. is feeling here tonight as his son, Cal Ripken Jr., breaks Lou Gehrig's record.
That wraps up HTS's coverage of the Rolling Rock Orioles report. It has been brought to you by Rolling Rock Premium Beer. For the Mountain Springs to you, same as it ever was. Cal Ripken about to surpass Lou Gehrig. Consecutive game 2131 coming up next. The local flavor on HTS with Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein. The Orioles and the Angels next on HTS.
But I've got it all here in my heart.
immortality. It's what we first hear about on the Little League diamonds across the United States. We're told by our elders of those few men who have left an everlasting imprint on America's great pastime. Our first memories are those of Babe Ruth, the Sultan of SWAT, and his 714 career home runs. But 40 years later, Hammer and Hank Aaron would establish a new mark with 755 career blasts. The Georgia Pete's Ty Cobb set the standard with over 4,100 career hits. But 6 decades later, Charlie Hustle would enjoy his finest moment in the game. And then there was the Iron Horse, Henry Louis Gehrig, who was the game's most dependable player, evidenced by his 2,130 consecutive games. But tonight, Calvin Edwin Ripken will surpass Gehrig's mark, thus becoming one of baseball's immortals. It's next on HTS. Presents Major League Baseball tonight live from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. It's the Orioles against the California Angels. September 6, 1995. Tonight, the Iron Man will pass the Iron Horse. Welcome to Camden Yards, where baseball history will be made tonight. Hello, everybody. I'm Mel Proctor along with John Lowenstein. And tonight, Orioles shortstop Cal Ripken will play in his 2,131st consecutive game, breaking Lou Gehrig's record of 2,130, which was set back in 1939. Last night, Cal tied the record with 2,130, and this place went wild. It was the most emotional night I have ever spent in professional sport. They cheered Cal's every move. He was given a standing ovation every time he came up, and he certainly didn't disappoint. He had 3 hits, including his home run, which made the score appropriate enough, 8-0. And of course, 8 is his number. Then there was an emotional post-game ceremony that left everybody drained. What possibly, John, can happen for an encore tonight?
I'm not sure, Mel. We'll all be awash in emotions again, that's for sure. But one thing about last night's game was really special because it made tonight's game inevitable. So this is the making of a legend catching an immortal. And I don't see how in the world we can possibly see anything more special than we saw last night. Obviously, the 4 home runs in 1 inning, 6 home runs for the game, all those runs scored, an 8-0 score to match Cal's number. All those things had their own special merits and had their own particular significance with that game. We'll probably see something entirely different again tonight.
So pull up a chair and join us tonight for Major League Baseball history here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Coming up, the Orioles and the California Angels. Let's take a look at the Safeway starting lineup for tonight's historic game between the Orioles and the California Angels. For the Angels, Tony Phillips will lead off and play third base. Jim Edmonds in center field. Tim Salmon, the right fielder, will bat third. Chili Davis is the designated hitter. J.T. Snow at first base. Rookie of the Year candidate Garrett Anderson is in left field. Former Oriole Rex Hudler at second base. George Fabregas will catch and bat eighth, and shortstop Damian Easley will hit ninth. And that's the batting order for Marcel Latsman's California Angels. For the Orioles tonight, Brady Anderson will lead off and play center field. Manny Alexander at second base. Rafael Palmeiro will play first base and bat third. Bobby Bonilla in right field hitting fourth. The man of the hour, Cal Ripken at shortstop, batting fifth tonight. Harold Baines is the designated hitter. Chris Hoyles will catch and bat seventh. Jeff Houston will play third base and hit eighth. And Mark Smith is in left field, batting ninth. The umpires tonight, the crew chief, Larry Barnett, has the honor of calling the balls and strikes. Greg Kosk is at first base, Dan Morrison at second, and Al Clark at third. Cal Ripken visiting with his family, his wife Kelly, daughter Rachel, and son Ryan, and the 2 youngsters will throw out the first ball tonight. visiting with Cal before the game. He said he didn't get to sleep, he and Kelly, until about 3:30 in the morning. He tossed and turned most of the night, then was supposed to get up early this morning to drive his daughter Rachel to school. He was due at school at 8 o'clock. He said, I was just turning over at about 8:20, and she got there late today. Well, I'm sure that Cal and Rachel will be excused.
I'll bet you something, Mel. I'll bet you a whole bunch of people, probably in the thousands, couldn't get to bed early last night either because they was caught up in the emotion of this affair last night, and tonight promises to be, again, one of the same.
And among those on hand tonight, the President of the United States, Bill Clinton, who has, we understand, offered to stop by and visit with us later during the game. So we look forward to that. I understand the Vice President, Al Gore, is also here tonight. So it should be quite a night. Dignitaries and luminaries from every walk of life, from show business, the sports world, the political world, along with just good old Oriole fans packing Camden Yards. There is not a seat to be had tonight. The national anthem tonight will be performed by Bruce Hornsby and Branford Marsalis. That should take place momentarily. And the blimp is also with us tonight. There's Bruce Hornsby. Joan Jett sang the national anthem last night in Cal's, the first year of Cal's streak. 1982, Joan Jett had a #1 song called We Love Rock and Roll. And she sang the national anthem last night. Tonight will be Bruce Hornsby on the left and Branford Marsalis on the right. I was visiting with Branford before the game, and he said he lives in New Rochelle, New York. He pulled his young son, who's 9 years old, out of school to be here for this game tonight. So there are a few people playing hooky today. A lot of cameras and video cams here tonight to record this historic event. Walk around the Oriole clubhouse before the game, the players, and it's pretty difficult to move professional athletes. They've been around a lot, have seen a lot, but they are all obviously moved and obviously very thankful that they're a part of this historic game.
Well, you can see what a special event it is with all the cameras out and in these players' hands, and the great anticipation of this event this evening.
Curtis Goodwin had his video camera out last night. It looks like every player has one tonight. And Cal Ripken will take the field. And here come the rest of the Orioles. You can see the flash bulbs exploding in the stands as people take pictures of Cal on this historic night.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome the very talented Bruce Hornsby and Branford Marsalis, who will honor our nation with their Grammy-winning rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Terry and Bradford Marsalis. Well done, gentlemen.
How could it have been done any better than that?
A look from the blimp overhead. Camden Yards is sold out, has been for months, to see Cal Ripken break Lou Gehrig's consecutive games record. He's taken Cal since May 30th, 1982. 14 years playing inning after inning, game after game, week after week, month after month, season after season. And tonight, he'll break the record.
Very special young people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rachel.
In a moment, we should have the first ball ceremony. Cal's two kids, 5-year-old Rachel and 2-year-old Ryan, will throw out the first balls. Looks like Ryan's having a little difficulty prying that ball away from his mom.
Dave, when do they throw it? Get here. When do they throw it? Oh,
Now it's Ryan's turn. He's more interested in the blimp, I think. Let her rip, Ryan. Southpaw. Well done by the Ripken kids. Well, he's got his daddy's eyes, doesn't he? Those bright blue eyes. Cal Ripken goes back out to his position at shortstop. Tonight's starting pitcher will be Mike Mussina, the Orioles ace, who is thrilled about drawing the starting assignment tonight. There's Ben McDonald recording the action. Mike Mussina said, "I don't think it's possible to treat this like any other game. It's a big event for everybody, and I can't treat it like any other game." He said, 4 other guys could have been pitching, and it means a lot that I'm the guy. He said, "I've done a lot of baseball playing in my time, not just professionally, but in the amateur ranks and in high school." And I said, "I think this event is going to be 3 or 4 levels higher than anything I've ever done."
I tell you, Mel, athletes live to be able to work at games such as this one tonight, and Mike Mussina, and really all his wit and wisdom, is one who greatly understands the significance in starting the game tonight. The game this evening is history in the making, and for the starting pitcher, who's sharing center stage and prominently displayed out there front and center on the mound, you got to be at your best out there, just as Scott Erickson was last night.
Well, Scotty was a little wild early in the game last night. He walked the leadoff batter, Tony Phillips, and then Mike Flanagan came out to talk with him and settled him down. He went on to pitch brilliantly, a 3-hit shutout. He was somewhat overlooked in the euphoria of the Cal Ripken record-tying game, but he was magnificent.
That's right. Now, last evening we witnessed home field advantage at its best, and the Orioles combined a wonderful game with a stirring event, and the script last night could not have been sculpted any better. And with Cal assuming a hands-on approach with a superb hitting and fielding display, I think the night was made all the more stupendous, and the win and the event became a collective triumph for the Orioles and Cal Ripken Jr.
And here we go with the record breaker, the Orioles against the California Angels. Tony Phillips will lead off, followed by Jim Edmonds and then Tim Salmon to face Mike Mussina, who is tied for second in the major leagues with 15 wins. Atlanta's Greg Maddux has won 16. This will be Mussina's 27th start of the year and his third against the Angels. He lost in California 6-5 May 29th and was hit hard. And then the last time he faced them, August 27th in Anaheim, he shut them out 4-0. Lifetime Moose is 6-3 in 11 starts against the Angels. But I would not want to beat California.
No.
In a big game for them, now only 5.5 games ahead of the second-place Seattle Mariners, having to face the Orioles on a night when Cal Ripken will break Lou Gehrig's record, and with their best pitcher, Mike Mussina, gone.
I tell you, Mel, the Angels, meanwhile, among all the hubbub of activity and the hoopla surrounding the consecutive games breaking streak, they're trying to win a division title.
And the Goodyear blimp reads, Cal is #1.
Isn't he, though? Now, they're caught up in the excitement of everything, the momentous occasion that it is, but I'll tell you what, you're right. I wouldn't think that last night, tonight represent good nights to be playing the Orioles.
The Angels won the first game of the series 5-3. The Orioles won last night 8-0, hitting 6 home runs to tie a club record. 4 of them came in 1 inning, also tying a club record, and Scott Erickson pitched a 3-hit shutout. But tonight it's Mike Mussina's turn as he faces Tony Phillips. Ball 1. Phillips had a home run in the first game of the series off Jamie Moyer and has 4 hits through the first 2 games, having a fine year, hitting .274. And as they did last night, the first ball thrown by the pitcher is thrown out of play, and I'm sure will be taken to the Hall of Fame along with the lineup cards tonight's game. By the way, it's just been announced that all 260 of the $5,000 apiece seats on the field have been sold. Fastball is low, and it's 2-0. Oriole outfielder Bobby Bonilla purchased 2 of those seats and donated them to Johns Hopkins Hospital. There are some of the seats down the left field and right field lines. $5,000 apiece.
Well spent.
Phillips pops it up on the left side of the infield. Jeff Hewson getting a start tonight at third base. Makes the catch.
And you hit on it earlier, Mel. The commotion for a visiting club has to be overwhelming. But so be it. This is a special occasion, and they'll just have to deal with it.
I mentioned that Bobby Bonilla purchased 2 of those seats and donated them to Johns Hopkins Hospital. The proceeds from the sale of the seats will benefit ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease. So it's certainly for a worthy cause, and we're glad that the seats were sold out. Here's Jim Edmonds, the center fielder, a leading candidate for most valuable player honors, along with his teammate Tim Salmon. He's hitting .292 with 30 homers, 97 runs batted in. I guess those 2 Angels, along with Mo Vaughn of the Red Sox and Edgar Martinez of Seattle, would rank as the leading candidates for MVP honors this year. 0-2.
But even with all those fine hitters in the lineup that the Angels have, Mike can feature an assortment of pitches and arm angles that any pitcher would love to have. And his ability to throw those pitches where he desires has gotten him 3/4 of the way to 20 victory season.
Fastball is fouled off by Jim Edmonds, who had 2 hits in the first game of the series, but last night went 0 for 4. Well, the Angels are as excited as anybody about Cal Ripken's record-breaking game. Many of them have family members here. Jim Abbott, who started the first game of the series, has his father who's sharing a hotel room with him. They're spending time together, and his dad's at the game tonight. Rex Hudler has relatives in town. I know tonight's starting pitcher, Shawn Boskie, has his family here. So it's a special game for everyone. Al Clark says no swing. I thought one of the most emotional moments of last night's game is when the number 2,130 was unfurled, looking out and seeing an Angel at each position standing and applauding. High fly ball to right field and deep. Back goes Bobby Bonilla to the warning track to make the catch. And young Ryan applauds the catch to Bobby Bonilla. And now Tim Salmon will come up with 2 down. Salmon has been fairly quiet in this series. He has just 2 hits. And the Orioles have kept him in the ballpark. But in the game, May 29th in California, he had a grand slam home run off Mike Mussina.
Well, if they're going to beat Mike, they're going to have to catch up to his fastball. That pitch right there, because he pumps gas both inside and outside, up and down with a fastball that gets into the 90s. But the clincher can be that knockout changeup of his and that brutally effective curveball. And he'll start using those as the game wears on.
Another fastball. Remember that game in New York that Mussina pitched against the Yankees when he threw nothing but heat and struck out the side in the first inning. The Yankee hitters kept waiting for him to throw something off speed, and he never did. One pitch thrown harder than the next.
If there is any pattern at all that he employs, it's probably that. But his main asset early in the game, as it is with any pitcher usually who throws hard, is that good heater.
Fly ball to center field. This ball carrying well. Brady Anderson on the run. Leaps and makes an unbelievable catch. He's got it. He's got it. No, it's over the fence. It's gone. It's a home run. I thought for sure he had it.
Well, he gave every impression that he caught the ball.
But Brady may be hurt. He collided with a wall. Now is on his feet. I thought for sure he had that ball. Looked like it went into his glove. Let's see what happened. Oh, he did have it in the glove, and as he hit the wall, it jarred loose.
Yes, it's happened often to some of the finest outfielders that have played the game. In the glove and then out as he snaps that wrist over the top of the wall. But look, Mel, good fielders play defense with grit, a kind of special courage and resolve that allows them to come up with fine plays such as this.
He thought he had it until he looked in the glove.
Yep. He gave it every conceivable effort he had to catch this ball.
He doesn't know until right there. Oh, no. So it's a home run for Tim Salmon, his 32nd of the year, and the Angels take a 1-0 lead.
Sorely disappointed is Brady, but what an effort.
1-0 to Chili Davis, who hit a 3-run homer in the first game of the series off Jamie Moyer, which proved to be the difference as the Angels won 5-3. 1-1 to Chili. Fastball high and inside, and it's 2-1.
Well, this club specializes in knocking the seams off the baseball. And they've hit good pitching. They've knocked good pitching all over the ballpark at times this year. They just recently entered that bad streak a couple of weeks ago. They're due to bounce out of it.
Foul back 2-2 to Chili Davis, and we'd like to welcome the folks online with us tonight on America Online, something we've done twice before with great success, and we'll be accepting questions about the ball game and answering tonight. The key word is HTS for those of you who have the America Online system. So if you've got a question you'd like to ask us about Cal Ripken or the streak or about the Orioles or baseball in general, we'll be glad to answer it. Strike 3. Chili Davis is called out on strikes, but Tim Salmon has thrown a little water on the fire with a home run off Mike Mussina in the first inning.
There was no meeting that you were going to be a shortstop or I'm going to make the move or I'm thinking about making the move. It was just boom, you're going to be a shortstop. And so I took a few ground balls, and then Earl called me in, and I think it was his way of making me relax a little bit. He just said, if a ground ball's hit to you, I want you to catch it, get a good grip on the ball, take your time, and make a good throw to first base. If he's safe, he's only on first base. He's not on second. Which his way of saying, don't make any foolish errors. Don't try to do more than you're capable of doing. And if you just do what you're capable of doing, then everything will be fine.
Gillette would like to congratulate Cal Ripken on his record-breaking season. Gillette, the best a man can get.
In the Baltimore area, they're definitely going to remember the great player that he is. Nationwide, I'm sure there's an awful lot of people that are going to remember it, strictly for the streak. People that weren't in the area, don't even hear, all the stories. I mean, almost the folklore that's there now. But yeah, in this area, they all know how he plays the game. There's more to it than just a number of games.
Cal Ripken's brother, Fred Ripken. We understand that Bill Ripken, his younger brother and former double-play partner, is here tonight, taking a break from his Buffalo Farm team duties. Tonight's contestant in the Maryland Lottery Bags to Riches promotion is Turley Jones of Randallstown. If an Oriole player steals a base in tonight's game, Turley will win 50 Maryland Lottery tickets for each stolen base. At the end of the season, the grand prize winner will collect a jackpot worth over $11,000. The jackpot will increase by $100 for each base the Orioles steal during an O's TV game this season. So tune into each O's TV game to see if you're a winner. Brady Anderson, who's already survived a collision with the center field wall, will lead off for the Orioles, and what a night he had last night. A double his first time up, and then a pair of home runs, one off Brian Anderson, another off Mike Harkey. And of course, it was particularly meaningful for Brady Anderson because he and Cal Ripken had become very good friends over the years. The Orioles tonight facing veteran right-hander Shawn Boskie.
Well, he knows, Mel, it's a privilege to be able to pitch in a game of such magnitude. Shawn
mentioned his family is here. He said, I told my wife at the start of the season to plan to be here at this time, and she did. And he said, as far as me pitching, I didn't count on that, but it's just great to be a part of it.
Stroke of luck.
Boskie got off to a fast start, then developed some elbow problems, spent a stretch on the disabled list, and recently came off the DL and lost to the Red Sox in his last start. Line inside, it's 1-2 to Brady Anderson. Boskie faced the Orioles and Mike Mussina in Anaheim May 29th, and he was the winner in that game that the Angels took 6-5.
Well, he realizes the meaning of this game, both to Cal Ripken Jr. and his magnificent accomplishment, but also to his club. Well, the Angels, they want this game. They have to reestablish momentum. And the way to get it all started is for Shawn to put together perhaps his very best performance of the season.
Boskie, lifetime in the big leagues, is 29-39. He comes inside and it's fouled back by Brady Anderson. Boskie last year pitched with the Cubs, the Phillies, and the Seattle Mariners. And he goes to a full count with Brady Anderson.
Well, this start tonight's going to be a memorable affair for Shawn. And that very reason will either bolster or hinder his effort out there on the mound. He practically has to place this spectacular event out of his mind if that were possible.
Brady pops it up in foul territory between first and home, and J.T. Snow makes the catch.
Some pitchers would feed off the energy of this particular game. But whatever the case, we're going to find out very quickly.
And now Manny Alexander will be coming up to face the veteran Shawn Boskie, who is 28 years of age, 6'3", 200-pounder. Who first came up with the Cubs in 1990. He's had only one previous winning season in the big leagues. That was in 1993 with the Cubs, and he was 5-3. He comes into this game with a 6-3 record.
He's got a lot of pitches: fastball, curve, splitter, changeup, sinker, and he'll need at least 3 of them to win tonight.
Fastball is taken for a strike by Manny Alexander. Manny was 1 for 5 in last night's game. The Angels lead 1-0 on a home run by Tim Salmon in the first inning. That's inside. It's 1-1.
Well, that fastball is going to give Boskie some recognition tonight because it looks like it's got a nice little tail on it. It's moving inside on these right-handed hitters, and it looks like he's willing to pitch inside.
He comes inside again. That ticked the bat of Manny Alexander. It's a strike.
Nothing you can do about that if you're Manny. That was just a hint of a swing right there, and it just did graze the lumber. You can see it roll right off the bat.
Struck him out with a hard slider. And now there are 2 down with Rafael Palmeiro coming up to face Shawn Boskie.
Well, that's 2 pitches we know he's got working tonight. That fastball and that hard slider. He's got some other things up his sleeve. And well placed.
And here's Rafael Palmeiro, who had 3 hits last night. He had 2 singles and a double and drove in a run. Hitting .307 with 32 homers, 89 RBIs. A marvelous season. Palmeiro played with the Texas Rangers and was on the field when Nolan Ryan pitched his 6th and 7th no-hitters and won his 300th game. And also the night that Nolan Ryan struck out his 5,000th career hitter. And Rafi said playing in this game
is most exciting of all. And he agreed with Jeff Hewson, who also played in those memorable games, saying that the difference is that you never know when someone's going to pitch a no-hitter, so there's no emotional buildup. But with Cal Ripken approaching Lou Gehrig's record, this thing has been building for months. Each game played a little higher emotional pitch. And so both of them agreed that this game is more exciting and more meaningful. Changeup is high. 3-1 to Rafael Palmeiro. Bobby Bonilla is on deck. High fly ball, right center field and deep, away back. Jim Edmonds to the wall. It's gone. Again, the Orioles hit 6 of them last night. Palmeiro unloads with 2 outs in the first inning tonight to tie it at 1 apiece. Number 33 for Rafael Palmeiro, within 4 of his career high of 37.
I'll tell you what, Mel, when he engaged that baseball with a bat, the minute it took off, you knew it was gone.
Strike 1 to Bobby Bonilla.
Look at the height on that blast.
On the corner for a strike, and it's 0-2 to Bobby. He was 1 for 5 with a run batted in last night. Boskie stays away and gets the strikeout, but the Orioles have tied it up on a home run by Rafael Palmeiro at the end of 1 inning. It's a 1-1 game from Camden Yards. We'd like to welcome all the Comcast Cablevision and United Artists Cable Baltimore subscribers tuning in tonight, courtesy of those systems' HTS preview of the channel tonight and last night. And our thanks to Comcast and United Artists Cable for opening up the channel for all their subscribers on these 2 historic days. And we're happy to have you with us on HTS. Enjoy the game. The Ripken family box. There's Billy Ripken on the left, Ellen Ripken, Cal and Billy's sister, I think. And, of course, Cal Sr. There's Cal's mom, Vi, on the left.
It looked like Cal Sr. was whistling to get Cal Jr.'s attention.
He still thinks he's out on the field. He's a great baseball man, formerly managed the Orioles, was a coach for many years, and I'll never forget something he said his last year with the Orioles as the coach, tail end of the season. He said, I wish they would play baseball 365 days a year. I love putting on the uniform and going to the ballpark, and it's kind of a shame that he's not doing that anymore. J.T. Snow will lead off the second inning against Mike Mussina. Snow having a career year, hitting .295 with 19 homers. He takes a fastball low. Snow, a switch hitter, hitting better from the left side, hitting .304 with 16 home runs, batting left-handed. Way late on a fastball. They'll have to turn up the dial to catch up with that.
Well, everybody in that lineup they're going to have to do that. I think both of these pitchers got a little nervousness out of their systems in that first inning, that initial inning, and now they'll probably both settle down.
I'm not sure Mike Mussina ever gets nervous, does he?
Well, you don't get that impression by looking at him.
He's about as cool as they come. No one you'd rather have pitch a big game for you than Mike Mussina. This was an important game for the Angels, though. Last night, they lost 8-0 to the Orioles. The Mariners won, so Seattle moved to within 5.5 games of California. And at the moment, Seattle leads the Yankees 1-0 in the third inning. Sharply hit, but foul. And John, we have some questions from our America Online viewers. We might as well plow into those. Here's one for you. As an ex-ball player, can you put this game, this streak, into perspective?
Well, since this involves a personal accomplishment, I've never been involved in anything like this on the field. Now, World Series deals with the same kind of frenzied atmosphere at the ballpark. And this is almost more for the fans than it is for the players.
And to me, this is different than the World Series because the World Series comes around every year. You
of course,
to expect it. This is something that will probably happen. This may be the only time it will ever happen. There are many who think Cal Ripken will break the record tonight, and it will stand forever. And certainly within our lifetime, we'll never see it happen again.
Well, this streak is a derivative of Cal's longevity and excellence. And that's why we're all here tonight celebrating 21-31.
Line drive, foul down the right field line. Well, last night for the elaborate postgame ceremony, Henry Aaron, Major League Baseball's all-time home run hitter, Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks was here, Tom Selleck, Bonnie Blair, the Olympian, David Robinson representing the NBA, presented Cal with a basketball from every NBA team, and you could go on and on. Frank Robinson was among those who honored Cal, and you see the Yankee Clipper there, Joe DiMaggio, who we understand will be part of the festivities tonight, and I think it's going to be even better tonight, if you can imagine that. We will carry the entire post-game ceremony as well as Cal's press conference after the game.
His presence alone makes this a very special event, twofold.
He is the link between Cal Ripken and Lou Gehrig. High fly ball, right center field. This one is playable for Brady Anderson.
J.T. Snow just missed that one. Jim Edmonds just missed his earlier in the game in the first inning. Tim Salmon hit one. So they're very much getting the ball airborne off of Mike.
Mike has now allowed 22 home runs on the season. He leads the club in that category. Most of them came early in the year when he was struggling. Rookie Garrett Anderson steps in, hitting .333 with 13 homers, 59 RBIs, and certainly a leading candidate for Rookie of the Year honors. I guess Marty Cordova, the Twins, would also be a candidate. The Royals think John Nunnally is worthy. 1-0 to Anderson, who didn't play at all against the Orioles in the first game of the series in Anaheim. He broke into the lineup shortly after that. They moved Tony Phillips from left field to third base and put Anderson in left, and he just took off.
Well, he's getting a lot of votes, Mel, because he's accomplished those numbers right there in less than 300 at-bats.
High, lazy fly ball to left and playable for Mark Smith. Two down, and Rex Hudler, a former Oriole, coming up. I was visiting with Rex before last night's game. He talked about how special these two games are for him. He and Cal Ripken were taken in the same draft. There are only 3 players still active from that draft, and Hudler is the only one that's here along with Cal. And Rex also played with the Orioles in 1986 and briefly was Cal Ripken's double play partner. And he said he feels that he's blessed getting an opportunity to play with Cal in 1986 and then coming back here for the record-tying and record-breaking games. He said it couldn't be any better. Now, Rex played in the World Series in Japan with the Yokohama Swallows, and he said the atmosphere here for these two games is the equivalent of the Japanese World Series. 1-1. Besides Cal, the only other active players from the 1978 free agent draft are Rex Hudler, Mike Morgan, and Dave Valley. Fastball in for a strike, and it's 1-2. There were 47 players selected ahead of Cal Ripken in that draft, and of those, only 22 of them ever made the big leagues. And Cal turned out to be the best of the bunch. Hudler fouls a high fastball back. Tim Salmon hit a home run in the first inning to give the Angels the lead. And then Rafael Palmeiro connected with 2 outs in the first to tie it. Rex Hudler was with the Orioles at the time they had Alan Wiggins as their second baseman, so he got to play very little that year. The Orioles had made a big investment in Wiggins. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out. Alan had lots of personal problems and unfortunately passed away within the last couple of years. Fastball high and outside, 2-2 to Rex the Wonder Dog.
The thing is about Rex was just becoming a good player in his career, but did not have any kind of suitable place on this ball club, and it was a shame too, because at that particular time he was becoming much more strong at the plate.
Foul back. We may get one of those commemorative baseballs yet. That one didn't wind up far from the booth.
No, we won't be ducking tonight. Now, I may use you as a shield.
We've got Billy Proctor with us tonight. Catch those balls.
I'd hate to nudge the president aside to catch a foul ball, but it might occur tonight if he's in the middle of us.
After the '86 season, Rex Hudler was not offered a contract by the Orioles, signed a minor league contract with Montreal, and he said he was really very thankful for that as well because he got a chance to play in Montreal, really came into his own, and then went on to the Cardinals where he had several good years. Swing and a miss. Chris Hoyles picks it up and throws him out. So it's a strikeout for Mike Mussina, 2-3 on the putout, and the Angels are down in order in the second inning. It's a 1-1 game at Camden Yards.
Welcome back to the Cannon behind the scenes right above the Orioles dugout with Jim Gott, who's on the disabled list with the Pittsburgh Pirates, who gave up his first victory baseball last night to Cal Ripken to a great ovation. Why did you do it?
I think it needed to be with him. I mean, it was obviously a very big day for me to be able to beat Jim Palmer back in 1982. I told Cal out on the field that I've been watching it for him for 13 years, and I believe what he's done, every athlete, every person here throughout the world respects what he's been able to accomplish.
How about from the standpoint of what's been going on over here the last couple of nights? Obviously, you know, it's one of the biggest events in baseball history.
This is the biggest thing in the world. I never thought I'd be part of it. My family and I, we spent a lot of time. I mean, last night we spent the last 3 innings of the game with Ernie Banks and Hank Aaron just down talking baseball, and that was a thrill of a lifetime.
It's kind of ironic here as we get ready to start the bottom of the second inning. The standing ovation will be for Cal Ripken.
This is who it's for. This night.
Back upstairs to Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein. Our thanks to Jim Gott.
So it goes. Every time Cal Ripken came up last night, he got a standing ovation. I'm sure every time he comes up tonight, he'll get an ovation. President Bill Clinton, Vice President Al Gore here among those applauding the Iron Man, Cal Ripken. He takes a slider for a strike from Shawn Boskie. The fans boo Boskie for throwing a strike. Boskie said of his confrontation with Cal Ripken, I have every intention of seeing him go 0 for 4.
That's right. Pretty much the meaning of this game, not only to Shawn Boskie, but to all the Angels as well.
Boskie was also asked what will happen when they unfurl the record-breaking number, 2,131, in the 5th inning, and Boskie said, I'll be standing with everyone else and applauding. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cal, who had 3 hits last night, including his 14th home run of the year off Mark Holzheimer. One of the strangest sights the last 2 nights, the constant flash bulbs going off in the stands. It's almost eerie. I
Everyone wants to capture this special moment in time.
See the flash bulbs going off in the background. That continues throughout the game.
Coinciding for the most part with each pitch to Cal. But you're right, they're popping everywhere.
He takes a mighty cut and pops it up a mile high. George Fabregas, the catcher, out from behind the plate to make the catch. That's a pretty tough play for a catcher.
That was a tester. No doubt about it. That's hit about as high up the chute as you'll ever see one. Look at the vice president on the right. Yes, it was high.
Harold Baines coming up for the first time. Baines very appreciative, big part of this record-breaking game involving his teammate Cal Ripken. He probably appreciates it as much as anyone because Harold has played in the big leagues for 16 years. He's undergone 6 knee operations, and he said it's amazing to me that Cal has been able to play as long and as well as he has without sustaining serious injuries. He said this is a record that will never be broken, and I'm very grateful that I'm a part of it.
Well, that kind of comment, Mel, is a testament to the achievement of the one they're celebrating here tonight.
Just off the plate, Boskie got quite a few calls on the outside part of the plate in the first inning, so he's going back out there again. And it's 2-1 to Baines, who had 1 hit last night.
Well, if he sees an eagerness on the part of the hitters to chase those pitches, he'll stay out there.
That's too far outside. It's 3-1.
But my impression is that he's going to have to come in sooner or later.
This game, I'm sure, is very meaningful for Harold for other reasons because he is a native of Maryland, grew up on the Eastern Shore. Kept his off-season home there all the time he was playing in Chicago and Texas and Oakland. So this has got to be particularly meaningful for him. 3-2 to Baines.
Well, now Boskie might not have to come in if Larry Barnett is going to call those pitches out there off the edge of the dish. Because that makes the plate not 17 inches wide, but about 23.
He goes out there again, and Baines sends it in the air to left field. Garrett Anderson can't get it. It's over his head. And Baines pulls into second with a stand-up double. And he was thinking along with Shawn Boskie, knowing that he's going to go back outside. He just went with the pitch and has a double.
He certainly was, Mel. Accurately described. Harold did have a special feeling. You can tell by the way he strode there in the plate. Directly into the pitcher and toward the plate, and that's why that ball whistled out the left.
The Orioles have the potential go-ahead run at second base with 1 out, and Chris Hoyles up. Hoyles had 3 hits last night, including a home run, his 18th of the year. He hit the first of 4 home runs the Orioles clobbered in the second inning. And he takes ball 1 from Shawn Boskie. He took Ryan Anderson deep to open the second inning. Then after Baines flied out, Jeff Manto hit a long home run to right center field. Mark Smith pulled 1 to left, and Brady Anderson hit the 3rd consecutive home run to right center. The Orioles tied the club record with 4 home runs in 1 inning, 3 in succession. They wound up hitting 6 for the game. Brady hit another home run, then Cal Ripken hit the last one of the 6th to put the Orioles up 8-0. And again, we're online with America Online tonight. The key word is HTS, and we'll be getting back to some more of those questions momentarily. So if you have some questions for us, please feel free to send them along to us, and we'll do our best to answer them.
Well, the key word doesn't get any easier than that. HTS.
Here's a question we can get into. What do you think of those people who have said that Cal Ripken should have sat out a game out of respect for Lou Gehrig?
I think it's ridiculous.
Thank you very much, and there's your answer. Greg Kosk says, yes, that's a swing on the appeal. I would agree. There have been a couple of columnists and commentators who said that as a tribute to Lou Gehrig, maybe he should sit out this record-breaking game, but as I believe Hank Aaron said, records are made to be broken. That's what they're there for.
That's why they keep statistics. They measure those numbers against everyone that compiles them.
And Marcel Latzman had a great line, the Angels manager, who said that Lou Gehrig is probably looking down right now and thinking of somebody to break his record, and he probably couldn't find anybody more appropriate than Cal Ripken Jr. Two balls, two strikes, and Marcel has witnessed some milestone events in his career. The Angels manager was there for Reggie Jackson's 500th career home run. He also witnessed Don Sutton's 300th victory and Rod Carew's 3,000th hit. He said, I feel very privileged to sign the lineup card tonight. The Orioles and the Angels are tied 1-1 in the bottom of the second inning. This Orioles has a chance to finish up with some decent numbers after a horrendous start. He got up to the worst start of his career. It looked like he might not ever pull out of it. He tried everything. He tried working with hitting coach Lee May, working with Frank Robinson. He went to another hitting instructor, Harvey Ratner. He took extra batting practice. He talked to everyone. Showed signs of coming out of it before the All-Star break, and then he pulled a hamstring. Boskie wanted that call. And now it's 3-2. And then after coming back, he was taking batting practice one day and just decided to try to relax his hands on the bat, not be so tense and not squeeze the sawdust out of the bat. And he found his stroke. And he's been hitting ever since.
Right. He's not taking all those expedition cuts at the plate that he was taking there for nigh on 3 months.
Sharply hit ground ball to Tony Phillips, who stays with it and throws out Hoyles as Baines holds at second.
Batting eight, the third baseman, number 30, Jeff Houston.
That'll bring up Jeff Houston. He and Jeff Manto, the two Orioles third basemen, have had a friendly rivalry going to see who would be in the lineup tonight for this record-breaking game. Manto was in the lineup last night for the game that tied Lou Gehrig's record, and he hit a home run. And Houston is in there tonight with a right-handed pitcher, Boskie, going. Houston, as I said earlier, was with the Rangers for Nolan Ryan's 6th and 7th no-hitters, and also for his 300th career win. He said this game tonight is more exciting than normal. He said players really appreciate Cal Ripken's streak. He said the other night when George Fabregas, the Angels catcher, slid into Cal and put his spikes into his foot, he said he thought of when the Yankees' Pat Kelly slid into him several years ago and broke his toe, and he was out of the lineup that quickly. He said that's how fast it can happen. He's amazed that Cal has been able to endure for 14 years, particularly playing the middle infield. Jeff has been a productive hitter with runners in scoring position, hitting .316. The foul, 1-2.
It might become fashionable this game at some point now, where you're going to have players maybe asking Phil Regan to get into this game.
I asked Phil if that happened. He said he had several relief pitchers stop by his office and say, gee, my arm feels great tonight. Ready if you need me.
Yeah, the lobbying effort has started.
Strike three. Houston is called out on strikes with a runner in scoring position. At the end of 2 innings, the Orioles and Angels are tied 1-1.
She was beaten and died of a blow to the back of the head.
In a world he doesn't belong.
I just want some answers. Sorry, fella. My name's not fella.
Easy Rawlins is asking questions no one wants answered.
Get it.
Now, no one can stop him
Start up my car, keep it hot, I'm coming out fast.
from finding the truth.
Don't lie to me!
Academy Award winner Denzel Washington, Devil in a Blue Dress, rated R, at theaters September 29th.
Little investment advice. Bip Roberts, 1986 rookie card, worth about $275. 20 years from now, who knows? 1,000, 2,000, might even go.
Yo, Bip, man, you were looking at Robin Roberts. Says here your card's worth 4 cents.
Yo, T, 4 cents if it's in excellent condition, but 10 cents if it's totally mint.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome, everyone, to our Wednesday Night Baseball studios. I'm John Saunders. It seems like it's a night for milestones all around, although none quite like Cal Ripken Jr.'s, but Roger Clemens is moving up the list as well. Career strikeout number 2,304, passing Juan Marichal, number 30 all-time. Right now, back
Canon is a proud sponsor of the Baltimore Orioles and would like to congratulate Cal Ripken on his record-breaking season. Way to go, Cal!
I always had nightmares early on in my career. I was always a little paranoid of waking up one day thinking it was a night game, and in actuality it was a day game, and the game was being played while I was getting ready to go to the ballpark, and nobody could get in touch with me. But I don't think that was for reasons of the streak. That was always a paranoia about your responsibility to be there for the team. And I remember occasionally having those feelings. It's a bad feeling when you wake up and you think, is it a night game or is it a day game? Because when you play every day, you know, you don't look past the schedule. You don't look to tomorrow. And sometimes you leave the clubhouse only thinking, well, what time do we have to be in uniform tomorrow? And so that's the only thing, and I don't think it's streak related, but occasionally I'll wake up and be a little nervous by not knowing when the game is.
That's reminiscent of Steve Garvey's consecutive game streak, 1,207. He had this recurring dream that he was stuck in rush hour traffic in Southern California and couldn't make it to the game.
It is a nightmare.
George Fabregas leading off the third inning. With the Orioles and the Angels tied 1-1. Fabregas hitting .252. Highly regarded former #1 pick out of the University of Miami. Off-speed pitch is tapped to Cal Ripken.
He hits it to the perfect man. The more the merrier. Hit to Cal tonight. And wasn't it fitting last night that the final out was hit to Cal on the ground?
Last night's game could not have been scripted any better, with Cal getting the final out, with Cal hitting a home run that made it 8-0, since 8 is his number. It all went perfectly. There's shortstop Damian Easley looking for his first hit in the series. He's 0 for 6 and fouls it back. Easley began the year at second base, but moved to short when Gary DiSarcina tore ligaments in his thumb, and he'll be out until at least postseason. Knuckle curve is in for a strike, 0-2. Mike Mussina has retired 5 in a row since giving up a 2-out home run to Tim Salmon in the first inning. Fastball is fouled back. Knuckle curve is lashed foul, and he was fortunate to foul that pitch off. That was a nasty pitch.
Well, he's thrown some good knuckle curveballs already in this game. Not too many. Not too many. He got Rex Hudler to look rather foolish on one he threw him to end his at-bat. but anyone would have struck out on that pitch.
Fastball fouled back. Mike Mussina has such a wide assortment of pitches. 2 different fastballs, the 2-seamer, the sinker, and the 4-seamer that rides. 2 different knuckle curves, one thrown a little harder than the other. One of the best changeups around, and impeccable control with all of his pitches. It's rare that he has all of his pitches working on a night, but occasionally it does happen. And when he's got them all working, he is unhittable. And he adjusts so well that even when he's only got 1 or 2 pitches working, he can usually find a way to win.
That's why, because he throws that baseball with such great precision. And when you can throw the quality strikes he's capable of throwing, it really confuses the hitter at the plate. Complicates things greatly.
Easily takes a fastball high and away, and it's 1-2. Mike Mussina grew up in Montoursville, Pennsylvania as a youngster. When he was 8 years old, used to watch the Major League Game of the Week and would emulate those pitchers he saw, and then would stand in front of a mirror and practice the windups. Changeup is low, 2-2, and developed his own style, and his mechanics are perfect. Dick Bosman, former Oriole pitching coach, helped him a bit with a move to first, helping him hold runners when he was in Rochester, and he's almost impossible to run on. Popped up, and that's going to fall into right center for a base hit.
Hurry.
Brady Anderson to second. Not in time. The ball skips away from Cal Ripken to Jeff Hewson, and it's a double for Damian Easley.
Boy, you can see Damian wanted that one right from the get-go, Mel. You could see it in his eyes. You could sense it in the way he was taking off here right out of the home box. And he didn't slow down. He slipped a little bit around first base there, but he had his eyes set on that second base bag right from the start.
Well, the Angels have the potential go-ahead run at second base with 1 out and Tony Phillips up. Phillips popped to third his first time up against Mike Mussina, on a pace to set the club record for walks.
Ooh, God.
And Mussina dusts him off, and Phillips jumps up and glares out at Mussina. He has been involved in some confrontations. He was involved in a bench-clearing brawl with the Seattle Mariners. He and Boston catcher Mike McFarland got into a fight at Fenway.
Well, that one was right at the bill of the cap. That would make anyone a little anxious at the plate. Tony looked like he went through several facial contortions right there when he got up from the dirt.
Change-up for a strike, so he dusts him off, comes back with a change-up. Now it's 1-1.
Well, that fastball inside and the changeup away are the perfect partnership pitch. If you had to combine them one after another during the course of the game, that's the way you'd want to throw them.
Did he go on the appeal to third? No, says Al Clark.
That was pretty low key tonight. Now he just drugged that bat around with his body. As his body spun around, that bat went with it. He didn't really swing at it. And that's what Al was looking at. See those veins on his neck pop out. You know, he's eager to put that ball into play big time.
He's also thrilled about taking part in this series involving Cal Ripken's record-tying and record-breaking games. He said, that's something I'm not going to see again in my lifetime. It's an astonishing record. He said, being a player who's pretty much played every day for 5 or 6 years, I can see not only what kind of drive Cal has, but what kind of person he is. He says he makes me and every other person look like a utility man. He chases a high fastball. That is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Tony Phillips with Damian Easley at second base. Score tied 1-1. Tony Phillips, who leads the American League in runs scored with 108.
A lot of heart, a lot of grit, a lot of determination in that diminutive body of his.
Strike 3. And he knew it.
No question, Mel, that's the area you want to pitch in tonight. Right out there. Boskie's using that area. Now Mussina goes to it. Well, that plate, even that was a good pitch with a tail on it, but that plate is getting wider each successive inning, but that's only about an inch or 2 off. That was perfectly thrown.
And now Jim Edmonds comes up with a runner at second base and 2 outs. Edmonds flied to right his first time up. Jim Edmonds gives hitting coach Rod Carew a lot of credit for getting Edmonds' career turned around. Edmonds said that Carew told him to stop wasting at bats. Ball 1. Carew said of Edmonds, Jim could always hit, but if he missed a pitch he thought he shouldn't have hit, he'd get angry and let that at bat stay with him. He said, I can't let my hitters get down on themselves. I tell them I'm going through every swing with you. If I don't get down on you, then you don't get down on yourself.
Yeah, it's very similar to saying, no, get your money's worth at the plate. Something he's doing this season.
He pulls it foul. 1-1 to Edmonds, who had only 5 home runs last year. He's hit 30 this season.
Well, you know you're getting on base a lot when you score 105 runs. That's what he's got to this date.
He was a career .269 hitter coming into this season. He's hitting .292 and has already set career highs in home runs and RBIs.
Yeah, so he's extracted the maximum from his abilities. The season's not over yet.
Edmonds hits it in the air to left field. Back goes Mark Smith, twisting and turning to make the catch on the warning track. And the Angels leave a runner at second base. We go to the bottom of the third with a score tied 1-1.
But there were no Texas teams then when I was in. So we almost all of us either were Cardinal fans or we got a lot of Cubs games on WLS out of Chicago. WLS was a very strong radio station. We could hear it all down there. But I can remember before we ever had a television at home, doing my homework as a child, listening to the Cardinal games on the radio at night.
Well, listening to baseball on the radio, that was the way people found out about, well, even beyond Lou Gehrig. I mean, much more recent than that, the Musial, and you conjured up ideas of heroes, I guess, and really never saw them play. Read about them, heard them on the radio.
Yeah. Well, you know, Musial was, he played long enough to be on television.
Yes.
And so I guess I was maybe 10, and it was 1956 when we finally got a television. But a lot of people my age and a little older, our childhood was the radio. And in a funny way, even though I'm a creature of television and I love it and I'm a big ESPN fan, the thing about radio is it really fires your imagination because you literally have to, there's my girl.
Well, she's enjoying herself tonight.
Having a big time.
You don't get a chance that much to get out and just enjoy a ball game, I suppose.
Yeah.
She was here a couple of weeks ago when the Toronto Blue Jays were here and I was doing a ball game, and she was right down on that front row really watching the ball game. And
she loves baseball.
Great seat.
Loves baseball. And she's got a friend with her who's a huge baseball fan. They got Brady Anderson's autograph tonight. That's what,
there you go.
That was their second objective after seeing Cal get his autograph.
Sideburns are in again.
Yeah. That's amazing. We had them 25, 30 years ago.
Well, Mr. President, it wouldn't be a night like this in baseball if you weren't at the park and you didn't join us, and we appreciate your time. We hope we get to do this again. You're welcome to call as many innings as you like.
No, I won't do that, but I'm disappointed I didn't get some sort of a fancy nickname out of you.
Like, I just didn't think it was presidential.
Berman or something.
I didn't think it was presidential, but I'll tell you what, I got my best man on it. Next time I see you, you'll be all set.
You got a deal.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
President.
set of Washington Post scores. We've got Beverly and Ed Ryder, who won a unbelievable contest from the Good Time Oldie station 105.7 WQSR, station that I work for, Rouse and Company in the morning. They're wearing their QSR T-shirts now. They got the $5,000 tickets apiece. Caller 2131. Now, tell us how that all worked out this morning for you.
I started at 7:20 when you opened the lines and kept on going, and when the caller was 2100, it took me 75 more calls at redial. And I was the lucky caller. I never got through until I finally won the ticket.
Ed, you were at work when you found out about it. Tell us about how you reacted to that.
Jubilation, to say the least. I was not available at the radio. I was listening all morning. Got called away at the exact moment that everything went down. And then obviously I missed the golden opportunity.
The Orioles sold 250 of these tickets at the $5,000 per a piece. They're going to the Ripken Gehrig charity. And tonight, 2 people, lucky winners from the Good Time Oldie station 105.7 WQSR. We thank them for being with us. And we're ready to start the bottom half of the third. Let's go back to Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein.
All right, thank you, Tom. And someone keeping track of Cal Ripken's consecutive games, that is quite an undertaking.
I would say so.
2,131.
Counting.
Mark Smith, who had a hand in last night's 8-0 victory, steps in leading off the third inning. He had a home run off Brian Anderson in the second inning. That was the second of 3 consecutive home runs in the inning. Both of Mark Smith's Major League homers come against the Angels. He hit his first off Mike Butcher in Anaheim and then connected again last night. He's had some big games against the Angels. He had 2 3-hit games in Anaheim. And he pops it up back at second base. Rex Hudler takes charge. 1 out.
Center fielder, Freddie Anderson.
Well, let's deal with another question from America Online. Again, we're online with the folks tonight. The keyword is HTS. We'd like to ask a question. We have many of them. How do you think Lou Gehrig would feel if he was alive today about Cal breaking his record?
I think Lou was a realist, and he understood the importance of records in this game. And he probably more than anyone else would understand this great achievement that we're seeing here over the last couple of nights.
Well, it's a shame we couldn't create our own field of dreams and get Lou Gehrig and Cal Ripken together to find out, but I've done a lot of reading and research about Lou Gehrig, and I would agree. In fact, I would think he would be honored to have Cal Ripken as a teammate. But they were very similar. Both quiet, reserved, both had a tremendous work ethic. Both were very family-oriented. Lou Gehrig, in fact, dropped out of Columbia University after 1 year to make a living for his family. Of course, we know how close Cal is to his mom and dad, who are here tonight. Both believed in off-season conditioning. Gehrig liked to speed skate. He felt that was the best way to keep his legs strong. Cal plays basketball and lifts weights, has his own gym. And both are very humble. Lou Gehrig was never aware that he was doing anything spectacular until he got to 1,300 consecutive games and was reminded by a sports writer, Dan Daniel, that the record for consecutive games was 1,307. That's when he first became aware of it. But tonight, Cal Ripken will surpass the Iron Horse. But in answer to the question, I think Lou Gehrig would be honored to know that someone of Cal Ripken's makeup is breaking his record.
You're right. Cal is more than worthy of this achievement.
Line drive to left field. A base hit for Brady Anderson. And this could be a running situation. Brady with 20 stolen bases. Either that or Phil Regan. Everybody's a Ripken tonight. Honorary Ripken. Phil Regan could put on the hit and run. There's Cal Sr. Cal, a lot of David Robinson joining Cal Sr. in the Ripken booth. But Cal Jr. gets a lot of his work ethic from his dad. He admits that his dad instilled in him the idea that He had an obligation to his teammates to be out there every day. Throw to first, and Brady Anderson is back. And I think a lot of Cal's toughness comes from his dad. Now, there are stories about Cal Ripken Sr. that are legendary. Mike Flanagan tells one about Cal Sr. when they were in Boston at Fenway Park, and Cal Sr. got hit in the face with a line drive one night in batting practice, right in the face. And Flanny said the next day, when Cal showed up at the ballpark, there was no bruise, no swelling. Rip Sr. went to the hospital for x-rays, but he was back in his third base coaching box before the game was over. And you know Cal Jr. has been hurt on several occasions, but just plays through the pain.
Well, he attributes his quick healing powers to genetics.
And Cal Sr. used to pitch batting practice with a torn rotator cuff.
Tell me about it.
Imagine how painful that is.
And so strike after strike after strike.
0-1 to Manny Alexander with Brady Anderson at first. Manny takes low, 1-1. Manny struck out his first time up. Cal Jr. tells another story about his dad, that when his dad played soccer, he got kicked in the foot. Blood would form under his toenail, under his big toe, and he'd come home and he'd get a drill and drill a hole in the nail and let the blood out. His daddy is tough as nails.
I would like to have seen that. Just for posterity.
Brady Anderson feels that one of the reasons that Cal can play and not get hurt is it doesn't have any ligaments left in his ankles. We talked about getting his ankles taped before every game. Brady said he has no feeling in his ankle. He has no ligaments. The Orioles and the Angels tied 1-1. We're in the bottom of the third inning with one out. Brady Anderson at first. I suppose right now Manny Alexander would be regarded as the heir apparent to Cal Ripken if Cal has ever moved to another position. There's been some talk that late in his career he might move to third or to first base. Fly ball to shallow right, could be trouble. J.T. Snow makes a fine play. It's like his dad used to do as a wide receiver for the Rams. Jack Snow going up to Hall in a touchdown pass. And there's Cal Jr. and his dad. Great baseball family. At one time, of course, Cal and Billy were both with the Orioles, and Cal Sr. was their manager.
Oh, and Cal Sr. was asked very early in Cal Jr.'s career what kind of ball player he thought his son could eventually become. He kind of said that, well, why don't we wait another 10 years and we can all answer that question for ourselves. And, well, we've waited and waited and waited, and he was right on. We can all answer that question now.
And if you ask Cal Sr., should he be given a lot of credit for helping Junior become the star that he is, he downplays that, saying a lot of the times when the boys were growing up, he was gone. Brady Anderson running on the pitch, and it's fouled back. He said, I was off somewhere managing or coaching in the minor leagues and really was not around. But he tells a story about Cal Jr. as a youngster. He saw Cal go into the hole and make what has now become a trademark play, that backhand stop and throw out a runner at first. And Cal Sr. said to his son, where did you learn that? Junior said, you taught it to me. And Cal Sr. said, I didn't teach it to you. And what happened was, Cal Jr., even then a student of the game, was watching his father give infield instructions to middle infielders and learned how to make that play. 0-1 to Rafael Palmeiro, who homered his first time up. He lays off a fastball, and it's 1-1. Fairly close, and Brady Anderson is back.
Brady was off there, but as far as he's gotten off of anyone that's been standing on the mound out there. I don't know how he got back. But that, without question, is his maximum lead. That would restrict my lead. It was a good move on Boskie's part.
Brady stretches out a little further. And Boskie throws over again.
Well, you can see how quickly that first baseman can slap that tag down on that leading hand. So if you're not near that bag or practically right on top of it with your hand, you're going to be out. Especially a left-handed first baseman has an advantage. When you come back, that right hand has to go to the outside part of that first base bag. Just as Brady does it.
Raffy gets under one and hits it a mile high on the right side. Rex Hudler down the right field line gives way to Tim Salmon. And that does it for the Orioles. At the end of 3 innings, the Orioles and the Angels remain tied 1-1.
Why more and more people turn to 11 News at 5. More news.
The more the better. You get a lot for the time that they're on. First, our top story of
Local, national, international.
You get a headline stories right off the bat.
More live reports.
I like the idea that news is right there on the spot.
This is the scene as much as...
More local stories.
I like to know what's going on in the local environment.
More late-breaking reports.
That means they're right on top of the latest news.
More news. Live, local, late-breaking. 11 News at 5.
And welcome back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Orioles and the Angels are tied 1-1 as we move along to the 4th inning. Sold-out crowd here tonight, just waiting for something to happen. And we're negotiating with President Bill Clinton, trying to get him in the booth. John is out in the hallway. Is he coming, John? Swing and a miss by Tim Salmon. We were told that the president was going to be on with us, and then we were informed that there was some sort of a mix-up. So John is out in the hallway negotiating with him. Maybe you can get a cabinet post out of this.
I'm going to have to grab him when he walks down through the hall there.
Go ahead. I'll hold down the phone.
Mr. President!
Send Billy Proctor out. At the moment, he's next door with Chris Wallace and the Nightline people. Or was a moment ago.
I hollered at him.
He wants our votes. Hey.
I said, Mr. President, John Lowenstein here. He said, who?
That's probably why I went the other way. 3-1 to Tim Salmon, who hit a home run off Mike Mussina in the first inning to give the Angels the lead. Then Rafael Palmeiro hit one in the bottom of the first to tie it. The Angels have 2 hits. The Orioles have 3. Ball strike, 3-2. First for me, watching the game with my left eye and watching the door with the other to see if the President of the United States comes into the booth. Little pop fly into right field for a base hit, and Salmon is 2 for 2.
But look what strength can do for you. Didn't hit that ball at all, just kind of muscled it out into right field.
Designated hitter, Joey Davis.
Is President Clinton an HTS subscriber? I wonder if we can revoke his...
Must be. I'm sure the White House gets HTS.
I'm sure he gets a courtesy feed.
I'm sure he has a VIP feed.
Well, we might be able to do something about that. If he knows what's good for him, he'll be in here. No, I'm sure if he can do it, he will.
Sure, of course.
The place is crawling with Secret Service people. Go ahead, John. Make another run at it. Did you vote for him, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Well, go tell him. It might make all the difference in the world if he knows you're a voter. 1-0 the count to Chili Davis, who struck out his first time up. So far, this game has been fairly tame. We had the 2 early home runs by Salmon and Palmeiro, but by this time last night, things were exploding. 1-1. Last night's game broke open in the second inning when the Orioles hit 4 home runs. Jumped out to a 4-0 lead and never looked back, and went on to win 8-0.
What it looks like now, it's unlikely we'll see a duplication of that effort.
See, Bill Ripken is down in the stands now. He's one of 30 second basemen that his brother Cal has played with. So you were in that group also, select group.
Cal says that Billy is the best second baseman he's ever played with. They just seemed to have an extra sense. They knew exactly what each was going to do, where they were going to be, who was going to cover.
Billy is now playing AAA ball for the Buffalo team, which is Cleveland's AAA farm team. Playing shortstop, by the way. Ground ball to his brother Cal. He'll take it himself. A 6-3 double play.
Well, the double play is a guardian, and we've seen a lot of them the last several days. It can shield the defense to a possible runaway inning, and that's a possibility with the Angels hitting.
And now J.T. Snow will come up for the second time. He flied to center field his first time up. Snow goes the other way, and he's got a base hit.
Nice piece of controlled bat swinging. I tell you, looks the same from both sides of the plate.
Hit number 4 for the California Angels off Mike Mussina.
It looks like he pulls the ball a little more right-handed, and left-handed he uses the entire field.
And here's Garrett Anderson, the rookie left fielder, who flied to left his first time up. Does the president, John, realize that we're also online with America Online tonight? Would that make a difference? Think how many voters he could reach.
That's right. I'm sure it would make a difference.
Does he know the key word?
He will know it.
HTS. Fastball on the corner for a strike, and it's 1-1 to rookie Garrett Anderson, who began the year as part of the 28-man roster, and then when the rosters were reduced to 25, he was sent to AAA, and then shortly after that he came back. And once he got into the lineup, he went wild. In his first 25 games, he was 43 for 105, hitting .410 with 7 homers and 31 RBIs, and became the first rookie ever to be named Player of the Month, winning that award for the month of July.
Well, Mel, I've watched him very closely, and to me, his swing is very reminiscent of the swing that Fred McGriff used to take early in his career. I mean, and I think he can develop that kind of legitimate power.
Throw to first, and J.T. Snow is back. The Angels don't steal many bases. They're 13th in the league in stolen bases. Tony Phillips will run once in a while. Rex Hudler has stolen 7 bases in 7 attempts. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And Garrett Anderson strikes out to end the inning. The end of 3 1/2. It's the Orioles 4 and the Angels. Orioles 1 and the Angels 1.
Mariners and the Yankees, runners on first and third. Ruben Sierra at the plate. A hot shot down to first. Tino Martinez with a stab makes the unassisted play. He also has the home run in the game. Seattle leads 1-0. Time now for the K Factor presented by Kellogg's. Over Cal Ripken's streak, 1,351 times he has gone the entire game without a strikeout, and only once during that streak did he strike out 4 times. So only once did he have to carry around that plastic bat that the kangaroo court hands out? You know about that, don't you, Buck? Back to you.
Well, usually we have a Miller Lite scoreboard here, Miller Highlight scoreboard, but right now in the HTS Skybox with the president of Group W Satellite Communications, Don Mitzner, and the general manager of HTS, Jody Shapiro. How do you feel about tonight? What's been going on?
It's a great event, and it's a really recognition of home team sports and the Baltimore Orioles and all the fans of Baltimore. And we're just proud to be part of it.
Jody, we've been together since '84, and I mean, it just seems like it's all been part of the Ripken era.
Well, we've seen a lot of Cal games together, and he's been a fantastic performer. I mean, congratulations to Cal, but I also want to congratulate all the Baltimore fans here. They have been special. They're honoring him in a way that's unique. And I just think it's a great relationship we've all forged together, and thank you all for being a part of it.
Don, I know you're a Yankee fan because you grew up there. You're sad to see the Gehrig record go.
Not really. I think that times move on. It's a great performance. It was a great record, and now it's a challenge for somebody else to come along and break that one. Right now, we can relish in Cal Ripken and what he's accomplished. So, great job.
All right, thanks to Don Mitzner and Jody Shapiro, and let's go back over now to Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Bobby Bonilla will lead off the fourth inning for the Orioles with the score tied 1-1.
They can't get the president in here for some reason. Does he know that we're joggers? We play golf. We voted for him. Constituents.
I thought for sure you could pull that off. Saw Cal shaking hands with his brother Billy. Cal will be the second man up in the inning. 1-0 to Bobby Bonilla.
Look, I'd run down the hall, but there are a lot of funny-looking guys with short haircuts out there, you know, to make me fast moves.
Yeah, those guys with earpieces hanging out of their ears.
Right.
And we caught a glimpse of this moments ago. Cal Ripken walking over to shake hands with his brother Bill. Saw another former Oriole here tonight. Former Oriole outfielder Mike Young is in the crowd. Bobby Bonilla sends one to deep center field. Back goes Jim Edmonds, running out of room. It's gone. Bobby Bonilla gives the Orioles a 2-1 lead with his 6th home run as an Oriole.
Looks like those home runs, Mel, again, are going to be prominently displayed tonight. That baby took a 3-day junket right there. You're not going to hit the ball any farther than that in this ballpark.
Now watch the scramble as the ball goes over the fence. Just remember it's the Orioles bullpen. So after this ball, like it was a feeding frenzy.
Well, it is a feeding frenzy. Everybody wants a ball, especially a home run in this game.
Here they come. It's like Mark Eichhorn got it.
He did.
Never seen him move that fast. And here's Cal up for the second time. He took a mighty swing and fouled the ball to the catcher his first time up. And he takes low ball one. The flashbulbs are popping again.
There's a great shot.
Great first step by Eichhorn, beating Mike Hartley to the ball.
Right, and that's a man on the disabled list right there. He's moving pretty good. Tremendous camera work. You see Boskie now, Mel, trying to pitch a little more carefully, because when a pitcher enters a power hitter's lair, he gets bitten. And Bonilla proved that to him right there.
Cal not only has played in more consecutive games than any man in history, he also was involved in the longest game in pro baseball history. 33 innings, Rochester and Pawtucket in 1981. He checks his swing and takes low ball 3-0.
I'd let him swing right here. He might get the best pitch of the 4 he's going to see here.
Cal has homered in each of the first 2 games in the series. Took one off Jim Abbott 2 nights ago, Mark Holzheimer last night. He clobbers it to deep left field. Going and gone! another 15 for Cal Ripken. He gives the Orioles a 3-1 lead as he hits a 3-0 pitch over the left field wall. And the fans want Cal to take a curtain call.
Yeah, boy.
Ball one to Harold Baines, who will try to get in on the act. Watch the flash bulbs go off as Cal unloads on Shawn Boskie.
Good timing with all those flash bulbs.
Off-speed pitch is popped up. And the left fielder Garrett Anderson makes the catch.
He knows it's gone. He drilled it. What a moment. Good luck handshake here with his brother. They're going to fight over that one, too.
Well, a guy last night, Mike Stern, a 32-year-old carpenter from Sykesville, caught Cal Ripken's home run ball, and on the spot was offered 25 $100 bills. Somebody tried to buy the ball from him. He kept the ball as the fans chanted, "Keep the ball, keep the ball." And eventually the police came out and escorted him off the field. And it looks like they're going to do the same thing with this young man who obviously caught the home run ball tonight. Going to put him away for safekeeping as well as the ball. Probably take him somewhere else and let him watch the remainder of the game and then make sure that he's taken safely home with the ball.
He had a cast on his right arm.
Slider swung on and missed. After last night's game, Cal said he would be interested in talking to Mike Stern, trying to work something out to get the ball, and Stern said maybe me and Cal can work something out. So I would imagine they'll get together and negotiate.
Well, now he's got to work it out with two people.
But the irony last night was Mike Stern said he tried to buy one of those commemorative baseballs in the souvenir stands, and they were all gone. Grounded to third. Tony Phillips is up with it and throws out Chris Hoyles for the second out.
But how about Cal making this such a momentous occasion? Not only himself for breaking this record, but for everybody in attendance and hitting home runs in successive nights, going after game 21-30 and now 21-31. Remarkable. Definitely a sense for the dramatic. He'll sleep good tonight, I'll tell you that.
Jeff Houston grounds it to second baseman Rex Hudler. And he throws him out for the third out, but back-to-back homers by Bobby Bonilla and Cal Ripken have given the Orioles a 3-1 lead.
Third base is an exciting position. Brooks Robinson showed us all how to play it. The excitement of diving, the barehanded play, the anticipation, the quickness that he showed, even though he didn't have a lot of foot speed. He knew how to play, he knew how to get rid of the ball. And I think that if I was able to play third, that I think I'd have worked at it, and I'd have been a pretty good third baseman. But I'm thankful that Earl decided to move me to shortstop because that's the one position I really enjoy.
Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and it won't be long before number 2,131 will be lowered from the B&O warehouse. It'll become official that Cal Ripken has broken Lou Gehrig's record. If the home team is ahead after 4.5 innings, the game becomes official, and the Orioles are up right now 3.5. So if 3-1. So if the Angels failed to take the lead in the top of the 5th inning. That ceremony will take place in 3 outs. Rex Hudler will lead off against Mike Mussina. Hudler struck out his first time up, and he takes strike 1.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if Bill Clinton ran head-to-head with Cal Ripken for president today, who would win?
Right. He's got 48,000 votes right here.
Rex Hudler sends a high fly ball down the left field line. 3 Orioles converging, and Mark Smith makes the catch near the foul line.
Nice play by Smitty, because when you're running that great a distance, usually you're running on your heels at some extent, and your eyes are bobbing up and down, so you got to keep that mouth shut.
Three runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Orioles. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for the Angels. And here's George Fabregas, who grounded to short his first time up. Fouled back into the crowd. Mike Mussina is a talented pitcher, but when he gets a lead, he's a lot like Roger Clemens. He just kind of elevates his game a notch and becomes even more difficult to beat. Knuckle curve is low, and it's 1-1 to Fabregas. Popped up foul out of play, 1-2. Last night, when the number 2,130 was unfurled, Cal Ripken was given a standing ovation that lasted 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Tonight, it could go on forever. I just wonder how much this crowd has left. I think a lot of these people were probably here last night, if not been watching on television, have to be emotionally drained, just as Cal is and just as we are.
Well, it's going to happen again, though. I bet that.
Cal was saying before tonight's game, I'm exhausted. Take a day off.
He said he'd take 2 weeks off, but he didn't mean it.
No, he won't take any days off. That's one of our questions from one of our America Online viewers. Do you think Cal will take a day off after he breaks Lou Gehrig's record? No. Brody said, why should I? I'm a ball player. It's my job. I go out and play game after game. And I think the streak could go on, if he can stay healthy, for the rest of his career.
Exactly what I said last night. The streak could go on ad infinitum.
And he's in good enough shape that he could probably play another 4 or 5 years.
Certainly.
At least. Ground ball to second. Manny Alexander fields it cleanly and throws out George Fabregas. And the crowd begins to respond. They realize that in 1 more out, the ceremony will take place.
Right, everybody coming back from the concessions, whatever they had to do to gather their seats.
Damian Easley up for the second time. He doubled his first time up, hit a pop fly to right center and turned it into a double. Knuckle curve is low from Mike Mussina. The Orioles are to be commended. Whoever thought of the idea of putting the numbers on the warehouse and changing them each night. What a remarkable idea.
Ingenious.
We understand it was a group decision, and we salute all of those who might have been involved in the decision. Two balls, no strikes, the count to Damian Easley. Three and oh. If Easley gets on, Tony Phillips would come up. This is not a man that Mussina wants to walk. He's only a .210 hitter. He has only one hit of the series. He's been slumping lately. So Moose comes back after him with a fastball. It's 3-1.
Well, most pitchers realize the consequences of walking the number 9 hitter. Well, usually the number 9 hitter is the worst hitter in the lineup.
Popped him up. Manny Alexander out into right field. He's got it. And now it's time for the moment you've been waiting for. From the bullpen to the dugout to congratulate Cal Ripken. All the relief pitchers, everybody out of the bullpen coming into the dugout. It is official now. Cal Ripken has broken Lou Gehrig's record. The new record set by the Orioles Iron Man, 2,131 consecutive games. Also there, the Yankee Clipper Joe DiMaggio, Orioles Hall of Famer Frank Robinson among those applauding. How about that shirt? 2,130 plus. Hugs and kisses for Daddy is what it says on the back. And a kiss for Rachel. What a moment. Brother Billy again congratulating Cal. Orioles General Manager Roland Heeman. By Brother Fred. Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks. The President of the United States, Bill Clinton, and Vice President Al Gore here for this historic game. The ovation so far has lasted over 6 minutes. Congratulations to Vi and Cal Sr. for a job well done. Indeed. And a proud mama, Vi. What a moment. The fans aren't letting up. Cal is sitting down. He'd like the game to continue, but no way. Not yet. The ovation has now lasted for 7 minutes. And a proud father, Cal Ripken Sr. A loving brother, Billy. And Cal's proud teammates. Another curtain call. What a moment this is for the entire Ripken family. From Cal Sr. and Vi. On down to Kelly, Rachel, Ryan. And what this man must be thinking. One of the great baseball men, Cal Sr., who has helped not only his son, but so many Orioles become major leaguers. And emotion continue to pour out of his fans. The ovation has now lasted for 8.5 minutes. And Cal again steps out to salute the crowd. It was his wish, being the baseball purist that he is, that the game not be stopped for the ceremony, but it looks like there's no choice. All of the folks in the HTS skybox looking on, and needless to say, we're overjoyed at being part of Cal Ripken's career and being here for this historic moment. It's certainly the highlight of my broadcasting career. ovation has now lasted for 10 solid minutes. And some of the fans are chanting, "We want Cal, we want Cal." And here he comes again, being pushed out of the field by his teammates. Rafael Palmeiro gives him a shove. Al Bunbury, his former teammate. And Cal's going to take a victory lap. One of the great moments in baseball history. The Iron Man has passed the Iron Horse. Now shaking hands with all the guys on the grounds crew, waving to the fans. Being congratulated by some of the policemen here tonight. The Orioles team on the field. I don't believe any of this was planned. I think this is purely spontaneous. And our congratulations to Cal Sr., his wife Vi. What a moment this must be for them. The guys in the bullpen collecting high fives. And the ovation has now lasted for 11.5 minutes. I've seen a lot of things in professional sports, but never in my life have I seen anything like this. Dugout. Put up by Louis Barnett. Al Clark congratulating him. Freddie Tyler, the visiting clubhouse man. Rod Carew, the 7-time batting champ. One Hall of Famer hugging a future Hall of Famer. And the ovation has now stretched to 13.5 minutes. Rene Gonzalez, the former Oriole and one-time Cal Ripken's backup at shortstop. The injured shortstop, Gary DeSarcina, who's out with torn ligaments in his thumb. His idol when he was growing up, Cal Ripken. Former Oriole Rick Burleson. Marcel Latzman and his coaching staff congratulating Cal. And all of us here in the booth salute the Iron Man, Cal Ripken. saying in baseball, if there's no cheering in the press box, we'll make an exception this time. And the ovation has now lasted 15 minutes. Joe DiMaggio, who played with Lou Gehrig. And the victory lap is complete. Back to his family and another kiss from Dodoration and from his wife Kelly. It looks like the Clipper has tears in his eyes. Remember, the game is not over. We're only about halfway through this game, and following the game, an elaborate post-game ceremony will take place. Bobby Bonilla with his video cam. Butch Barnett, the Orioles clubhouse boy, in tears. Oh, what a sight. Roland Heeman, his wife Margot, Frank Robinson's wife Barbara. Jeffrey Hammond. Proud to be playing with a great veteran like Cal Ripken. In the top row. Certainly a wonderful moment for him. And again, President Clinton, Vice President Gore, and Cal Ripken will again come out of the dugout. He's saying, no more, no more. And the ovation has now lasted for 18 and a half minutes. Looks like the crowd is finally quieted. What a moment. Not a bad idea. Ripken Stadium.
After these last 2 days, Mel, it would certainly be apropos. The story has unfolded here, the likes of which we may never ever see in our lifetime again.
I've never experienced anything like it. I left early for the ballpark today because I was worried that I might get caught in a traffic jam or perhaps have an accident and for some reason get here late. That was at 2 o'clock this afternoon, by the way. There's a sign that reads, Lou would be proud, and I'm sure Lou Gehrig would be proud. On Lou Gehrig's plaque in Yankee Stadium in Monument Park, it reads, and I'm paraphrasing, this record will never be broken. It has been tonight. This is when Cal first took the field. You see the flash bulbs going off? What a sight. Cal must be totally drained, emotionally exhausted.
Looks like he's handling it a lot better than most of us.
The ovation tonight lasted 22 minutes and 15 seconds. An experience none of us will ever forget.
And it corresponds to the magnificence of the event.
And oh yes, there's a game to play. And play will resume with Mark Smith coming up. Bottom of the 5th inning. The Orioles lead 3-1. I don't know if the players can play anymore. I'm sure they're as emotionally drained as everybody. Shawn Boskie was taking a few warm-up tosses, trying to stay loose. And now we're ready to resume. Powerful stuff indeed. Mark Smith was 12 years old when Cal Ripken's streak began. And Mark was talking before the game in the clubhouse about what it means to him to be in this game tonight. He said, it's the most meaningful event of my baseball life. I'm just happy to be on the same team with Cal. And he said quite eloquently, it's almost as if baseball needed this. The image of the game was tarnished by the strike, and Cal has restored it. He's the perfect guy, set the record, the perfect role model. His image is perfect. You never read about Cal getting in any trouble off the field, being involved in any scandals.
I hear you.
And if ever baseball needed something like this, it was this year. Three balls and one strike to Mark Smith. Ball 4.
Well, there's no telling, Mel, how long or how this delay has affected Shawn Boskie on the mound. But he was waiting just like everyone else, applauding, waiting for his turn to throw that first pitch after play resumed again. And I reiterate, this ball club needs this game. They're going to be very much into this event now.
Brady Anderson up for the 3rd time. He has fouled at the first baseman and singled. Line foul. Just recapping some of the action tonight, the Angels took the lead with 2 outs in the 1st inning when Tim Salmon hit a home run off Mike Mussina. Then the Orioles tied it up in the bottom of the 1st with 2 outs when Rafael Palmeiro homered off Shawn Boskie. And then the Orioles hit 2 more home runs, back-to-backers by Bobby Bonilla leading off the 4th to put the Orioles up 2-1. And Cal Ripken appropriately, dramatically followed with his 15th home run of the year to make it 3-1. Fastball is high, and it's 1-1 to Brady. Change-up in for a strike, and it's 1-2. And of course, the festivities are not over. There's a post-game show to follow the game, and then tomorrow a parade downtown Baltimore. Another parade late tomorrow afternoon, early evening in Cal's hometown of Aberdeen.
That's right. So it's going to take quite a while for all these festivities to unfold.
So the celebration has just begun. Two balls and two strikes. Mike Balecki, who is from Baltimore, Dundalk, warming up in the bullpen. Be a thrill for him to get into this game.
Oh, I would think so.
Swing and a miss, struck him out.
But if it's up to Shawn Boskie, he's going to be the only one pitching tonight.
That's a fourth strikeout tonight for Boskie.
And hasn't he stayed out there on the outside part of the plate real well? The pitcher can set up a caught on the outside with that fastball. He can put a lot of hitters to sleep. Fastballs away, deactivate hard swings.
Here's Manny Alexander, who has struck out and fouled to the first baseman. Look out, almost. Mark Smith was leaning towards second, nearly got picked off.
Well, that throw would have been down there near the dirt. He would have been out. Good lead. Well, I look at Boskie's movement. I think he's got a good one, but he hasn't got any of those runners yet, and they've been off their 15 feet.
Like he wanted to bunt, and that's a strike.
Yeah, a little slide ball fooled him. And there's another fellow who's been off that mound quite a while now.
Mike Mussina trying to win his 16th game of the year. He was ecstatic about drawing the starting assignment. He said he figured it out weeks ago. This would be his day to pitch. A drive to left field. Garrett Anderson retreats and makes the catch. 2 outs in the 5th inning. And Rafael Palmeiro will be coming up for the 3rd time. He has homered and flied to right.
First baseman, Rafael Palmeiro.
We've got 350 online with America Online this evening.
Is that right? Maybe we get back to some of these questions. Then we'll do it the next half inning when we can start fresh.
Oh, here's one. How many consecutive games did I play? I would say less than 50.
Less than 50?
Yeah, I might have hit 50 with Cleveland, but pretty much using the platoon role here. But that pales in comparison. Almost hate to mention it.
So don't feel so bad, because the next longest streak among active players, the Cal Ripken streak of 2,131 games, is a mere 234 by Frank Thomas of the White Sox.
Right. Would not have suspected that. I would have thought someone would be up in 400 somewhere.
Florida outfielder Jeff Conine had a streak going at 307 straight games, and then he sat out a game May 29th against Houston because of a sore hamstring. Here are some of the other consecutive game streak in pro football. Jim Marshall, 282 straight games. Ron Boone, who played in the ABA, 1,041 games at basketball. Mike Jarvis in hockey.
Boy, those streaks in hockey and football got to be enormous. The punishment those players take in that game. Running up and down the court all game long in basketball, something Cal knows something about.
Palmeiro serves one into right field for a base hit. Mark Smith goes to second, and Raffy is 2 for 3. And that'll bring up Bobby Bonilla. See if we can get to another question. Here's a good one. John, what is your most memorable moment playing with Cal?
I think watching him catch that final out in the '83 World Series when he snapped it to his chest. It was a display of finality. And that just rings true to my vision like none other. Funny the things that stick in your mind as opposed to what other people might think. But everyone who's a baseball fan who was watching that year must have remembered that final out.
Bobby Bonilla struck out his first time up and then hit a home run off Shawn Boskie, leading off the fourth to give the Orioles a 2-1 lead. Cal Ripken followed with a home run and a 3-0 pitch to make it 3-1.
Here's one. Shawn and Mel, how much would you have paid for Cal's home run ball last night? Oh, I probably would have exceeded that fellow's offer in the stands by twofold.
Ground ball to third, right through Tony Phillips. Mark Smith is held at third. The bases are loaded. And Cal Ripken will be coming up now with the bases loaded.
Timing is everything.
An error will be charged to Tony Phillips on the play, allowing Bobby Bonilla to reach and load the bases. Cal Ripken has homered in 3 consecutive games. He hit one Monday night off Jim Abbott, connected last night off Mark Holzheimer, and hit one tonight off Shawn Boskie. The last time that Cal homered in 3 straight games was in 1991.
Well, they've got targets erected in left field now.
Popped up, right center field. Rex Hudler runs it down. And the fans boo him. That ends the inning. At the end of 5 emotion-filled innings here at Camden Yards, the Orioles lead the Angels 3-1.
In a perfect world, yeah, I'd love to have my brother, you know, on the team playing side by side with him, and I'd love to have my dad in the clubhouse and on the field where I could see him every single day. For support, you know, I always said that he was on the field and he looked at me as a player. I looked at him as a coach. Or for a brief period, I looked at him as a manager. But there are times when you're on the road and when you're gone that you look at each other as father and son, and it was nice to have him there. You know, baseball in the early days when I was a child took him away from me. And then when I was an adult, kind of gave him back to me in the form of teammates. And it was good to have my brother Billy there. If there was something you couldn't tell your father or something you couldn't go to your father with about a certain problem, you could go to your brother, and he was there for you. So it was a great situation, and one that I think that I took for granted on. And in a perfect world, yes, I'd like to still have him here.
And fortunately, both Cal Sr. and Billy were here tonight to witness this historic event. It would have been nice had they been in uniform.
But expressed as eloquently as only Cal could.
Tony Phillips leading off the 6th against Mike Mussina. We'll see how well Mussina fares following the long layoff. A 22-minute, 15-second standing ovation for Cal Ripken. Tony Phillips has popped to third and struck out. Short hopper to the second baseman, Manny Alexander, will have to hurry and gets it.
Right, he had to hurry because Phillips can run a bit. And that ball had bounced quite a distance from him, even though it was headed toward first base. Watch this thing carry him off his body and roll quite a distance from it. And if he doesn't pick it up right here the first time, Phillips is going to beat it in his play.
And with one out, Jim Edmonds coming up to face Mike Mussina. Edmonds has flied out twice. Well, with Cal Ripken having broken Lou Gehrig's record, the Major League record for consecutive games played, he can now take aim on the all-time record set by Sashio Kinagusa in Japan, who played in 2,215 consecutive games for the Hiroshima Carp in Japan Central League from October 19, 1970 through October 22, 1987. But there is a difference. The Japanese season consists of only 130 games, rather than the 162, which season normally is in the United States. Of course, this year was shortened to 144 because of the strike. But I saw an article about Kinagusa in which he said he feels that Cal Ripken's streak is really more than he accomplished because the difference in the length of the seasons, and also because he had many pinch hitting appearances to keep it alive.
Now, Kinagusa was an extraordinary player in Japan. He hit over 500 home runs, and to have played in that many consecutive games was extraordinary development.
And he and Cal Ripken played against each other when the Orioles toured Japan. I believe it was in 1984. He was on one of the teams the Orioles played.
I remember him well. He was a hero. Sachio Kinagusa. An extraordinary third baseman.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Jim Edmonds. The Orioles lead 3-1. We're in the 6th inning. Knuckle curve is high and the count is full.
Matter of fact, Kinagusa is working in television. He's a sports commentator on baseball. So he's still very much involved in the sport in Japan.
Fastball is fouled away. Edmonds just fortunate to get a bat on that pitch.
Here's a question, Mel, I think you answered a little earlier, but being a year of mostly lackluster fan support in the league, do you feel that all the excitement in Baltimore about Cal breaking the record will rejuvenate a new interest in supporting Major League Baseball? From our American Online
participants. I suppose we may be prejudiced because we're in the midst of this emotional outpouring, but I think it's exactly what baseball needed with something like this. And as Mark Smith said, Cal is the perfect guy to break the streak. I mean, his image is perfect. He's a great role model for kids. Great work ethic. A guy who's grown up in baseball, a baseball family. Is there anyone in baseball who has a better image? I doubt it. And I think this is exactly what baseball needed.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
That knuckle curve is inside, and Edmonds draws a walk. So that'll get the tying run to the plate in Tim Salmon, who has 2 hits tonight. First walk allowed by Mike Mussina. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Orioles. 1 run, 4 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. Salmon with a long look at third base coach Rick Burleson. I don't know what he's going to tell him here except swing the bat.
That's right. Try to hit it as far as you can. Let's get this one even. And believe me, he can do it.
Fastball is high to Salmon.
Salmon might have the most marketable skills on this Angels ball club. Tremendous arm in the outfield. A great hitting eye at the plate, and someone who can carry a ball club for several weeks. Hasn't even hit the peak of his career yet.
Salmon is a guy who's a lot like Cal Ripken in that he's been a winner wherever he has played. He was an all-state selection in high school in Arizona, minor league player of the year, Pacific Coast League most valuable player. He became the first Angel ever to be named Rookie of the Year. And He was born on the same day as Cal Ripken, August 24th. Salmon is several years younger than Cal, but they share the same birthday, the 24th of August. Rip foul. Salmon is 27, by the way. Cal Ripken recently turned 35, so there was an 8-year difference in the two. But Salmon was a great player and the NAIA All-American at Grand Canyon College. He had 51 homers and drove in 192 runs there in his career of 3 years. Fastball got him, and Salmon strikes out.
Threaded the outside, and that's the perfect pitch to do it with. It's the one pitch that Mussina has the most control over. You can pretty much throw it to a dot in that catcher's glove. Look at that.
That's the 5th strikeout tonight for Mike Mussina.
Well, those pitches are practically impossible to retrieve for a hitter, even one of such skill as Salmon at the plate.
Chili Davis comes up for the 3rd time. He's struck out and grounded into a double play. Ball 1.
I don't think anyone extracts more from his talent in that batter's box than does Chili Davis. He's been a good hitter forever. I haven't known him when he hasn't struck the ball well from both sides of the plate.
Fastball is high, 2-0 to Chili Davis, who is hitting about the same from either side of the plate, batting .326 left-handed, .325 right-handed. That's the kind of consistency you'd like to see in a switch hitter.
Sure is.
Most switch hitters are stronger from one side than the other.
You cannot exclude his talents from either side of the plate.
Looks like Mike Mussina is beginning to get his pitches up.
Well,
he goes 3-0 to Chili Davis.
No, Mel, he's been much more methodical on the mound this inning after that long wait in the dugout, in the runway. So he's approached this inning in a almost a very controlled fashion, much more so than usual.
And Mike Mussina will have to be careful here because Davis could be swinging 3-0. And he takes ball 4.
Well, he was thinking about it. Probably wise just to send him on his way down to first base.
Phil Regan is on the phone to the bullpen. He's got a lot of pitchers who want to work tonight. Several of them stopped by Phil's office earlier today and said, I'm ready. My arm feels great. I'd love to get in the game.
That's right. No fatigue tonight.
Terry Clark will get up, as will Mark Lee. Pitching coach Mike Flanagan goes out to talk with Mussina.
What a long wait has provoked the bullpen arising here.
He was sitting around for close to a half hour because Cal Ripken's victory lap and the ovation took 22 minutes and 15 seconds, and then Shawn Boskie came out, worked the next half inning, so he sat around all during that inning. And Boskie faced 5 hitters in the 5th.
Yeah, so it's been a while since Mussina's had it in cruise control out there on the mound.
Mike has thrown 101 pitches so far. In terms of the pitch count, he's in pretty good shape, but his arm may be stiffening up some from sitting around so long. J.T. Snow has flied to center and singled. Foul back, and it's 0-1 to Snow. Another of Rod Carew's proteges. Down the right field line and foul. And it's 0-2 to J.T. Snow, who failed to make the Angels out of spring training last year, and then hit only .220 after he was called up on June the 4th. Rod Carew said early in his career with the Angels, he hit a lot of home runs and started getting pulled in the direction of being a home run hitter, and he said he had to get back to realizing that he's a gap hitter. His concentration had fallen off. He'd lost his focus. And they got him back on track this year, and he's had the best year of his career.
Yeah, a lot of hitters, Mel, fail to realize that line drive gap hitters can also be home run hitters. All it is maximum energy extraction from the velocity of that bat through the strike zone, and it's something that J.T. Snow has developed from both sides of the plate. He's going to get stronger, too.
There was some talk earlier that he might give up being a switch hitter because he has been much more successful from the left side, hitting .304 with 16 of his 19 home runs coming left-handed. But he's hit for a decent average right-handed, .272. Back.
Was spoiled a tough pitch right there from Mussina. You can see a disproportionate percentage of his pitches right now have been fastballs. As I said earlier, that's the one pitch that he can control much better than the others.
We've talked throughout the series about the impact that Rod Carew has had on this team. When he joined the Angels, his first year, they hit a league low .243. Since then, they've improved every year, .243 to .260 to .264, and then this year up to .280. So he's had a tremendous impact on this team. Grounded foul.
That's a good point, Mel, because it takes at least a year for a good hitting coach to acclimate himself to the players. Not vice versa. He needs to know everything about these guys. And it usually takes a year of watching and listening.
And the Angel hitters will tell you that Rod Carew is particularly good at getting inside a hitter's head and working on the thought process as well as the mechanics of a good swing. Line to left field. Mark Smith on the run. Oh, what a catch! A diving headlong catch by rookie Mark Smith to end the inning and save a couple of runs. And the Orioles are still on top, 3-1.
Boy, it's a happening tonight, Mel, and defense will be a major contributor in the direction of this game.
Welcome back. As you've heard Chris Berman say so many times tonight, a very special night in Baltimore, but not just in Baltimore. Cal Ripken's night was all around the world of baseball tonight.
Has officially done it. 2001. Look at this. These guys are watching games. Lou Frazier, who's made it back to the big leagues, looking up at 131 games, and the fans here in New York are on their feet.
Game as Ripken broke the record, as Bob Shepard said.
A saving catch by Mark Smith has preserved the score. It's still 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Orioles will face a new pitcher, Mike Bolecki, native of Maryland, is from Dundalk. Had some good years in the National League with the Pirates and the Cubs. Had a lot of arm problems. Got on with the Angels this year. And pitched very well in a game against the Orioles earlier this year.
That's a nice touch right here, Mel, with bringing in Bolecki into this game. It shows that Marcel Latchman has an idea of the historical consequence of this game. But that long half inning got the best of Shawn Boskie, even though he pitched very well tonight. Strike one to Harold Baines.
Baines tonight is doubled and flied to right. Popped up foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Pretty good fastball by Bielecki, reaching back for a little extra on that one, and he gets the strikeout.
Well, he's got a good fastball, and when he changes speeds, too, he can really throw these hitters off. And look where he keeps the ball on Harold here, away from him, which is what most pitchers try to do.
And now Chris Hoyles will be coming up.
There's a question from America Online. Will President Clinton invite Cal to the White House? Well, I certainly hope so.
I would think so.
Matter of fact, he might invite the president to his house for a round of one-on-one.
Okay, here's another one that one of our online viewers sent in. Will President Clinton have HTS after tonight?
Well, he did kind of blow us off here, didn't he? I was looking forward to meeting the president.
Don't worry, we'll have Bob Dole on next week.
Oh, boy.
Popped up down the right field line. Snow and Hudler giving chase, and it drops in there. That's a fair ball. And now Hoyles is caught in between, has to hustle back to first. He was halfway to second base. It will be scored as a single for Chris Hoyles.
Smart move, my Chris. That ball was in the triangle out there and right down the line. J.T. Snow looked like he had the beat on it to start. People were clearing out for him. And lo and behold, that ball dropped safely. And fumbleitis begins out there, but Chris is not blessed with terrific speed. JT just missed that ball.
That's the Orioles' 7th hit of the game, and they're first off Mike Bielecki. And here's Jeff Houston, who struck out and grounded out. Strike one to Jeff. Shawn Boskie started the game. He went 5 innings, allowing 3 runs on 6 hits, walked 1, struck out 4, and gave up 3 home runs. The Orioles have hit 9 home runs the last 2 games. 6 last night, 3 more tonight. Palmeiro hit one in the first inning. Bonilla and Ripken connected in the 4th. The Orioles AAA team, the Rochester Red Wings, beat Ottawa tonight 10-6 and lead that best of 5 playoff series in the International League 2-1. Rocky Coppinger got the win. Coppinger is the guy who started off the season, I think, at A-ball and then went up to AA and finally to AAA. He's had a terrific year. I believe his record is, well, 4-0 now since going to Rochester. Popped up, and the shortstop easily makes the catch.
Well, Lecky wanted that ball. He didn't think anyone would have time to get to it, but him.
That one is fouled into the Oriole dugout. Tim Bishop, the strength and conditioning coach, says, no, it's going in my pocket.
I'll tell you what, that disappeared in a hurry, too, didn't it? Little fake move there right into the pocket.
Well, when Rex Hudler caught Cal Ripken's pop-up in the 5th inning, to end the inning, he sprinted directly into the clubhouse with the ball and put it somewhere where nobody could get it.
Everyone looking for memento of this game.
There's the commemorative baseballs being used last night and again tonight.
I think we're going to get a foul ball up here tonight.
Kind of fun, but
it's going to be the president's loss, too. I would have had him sign it.
President who? I purposely did not promote the fact that he might be coming on. But we will promote the fact that the American League has commissioned the Rawlings Sporting Goods Company to create this official ball commemorating Cal Ripken's consecutive games played, and you can order yours by calling 1-800-303-4010.
1-800-303-4010.
That's the only way you can get the commemorative balls now. Swing and a miss, and Mark Smith strikes out. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Orioles, who've completed 6 innings, and the Orioles lead the Angels 3-1. Be a part of baseball history by ordering your copy of the official Orioles publication commemorating Cal Ripken's outstanding career. This unique collectible is only $12.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. Supplies of the full-color Cal Ripken commemorative are limited, so call toll-free now at 1-800-303-4010. Welcome back to Camden Yards. The Orioles lead 3-1. Mike Mussina trying to win his 16th game of the year and join Atlanta's Greg Maddux as the only 16-game winner in Major Leagues. Facing Garrett Anderson leading off the 7th. He hits the first pitch into left field. Mark Smith again makes the catch. Almost a carbon copy of the one he made in the last inning, robbing J.T. Snow.
Boy, that's for sure, Mel. That looked to be a duplicate of that last out he caught. A stupendous play out there on defense. And we remarked the last time he caught it. Defense will carry this team a long way in this game. You can see it right now that that's going to be true. A brilliant play on his part. He'll remember this game simply because of those last 2 catches he made.
And now the Angels will set up a pinch hitter, Spike Owen, to hit for Rex Hudler. Owen, a switch hitter. On the year, hitting .230 with 1 homer, 27 runs batted in. We were talking earlier about Rod Carew and how successful he's been in helping these hitters, and you could get good statements from Spike Owen about what Carew's done for him. He said, I was a career .243 hitter until last year, and I hit .310 working with Rod Carew. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, don't think that whatever it is that Carew has to say is not going to spill off onto these players, because it will. And let's face it, Rod was a great hitter when he played this game. And he's got a lot to impart to these players, and they listen.
Swing and a miss by Spike Owen, and it's 1-2.
We do have a question here from David Rose from America Online. Says he lives in Pikesville. He's been watching HTS for some 11 years, and he wants to ask us if he thinks tickets will be harder to get next year due to the streak. Well, David, they're hard to get anyway. And I wouldn't be surprised if that were to become true. Even more so.
2 balls and 2 strikes to pinch hitter Spike Owen, who is 12 for 26 as a pinch hitter this year, so he's done a fine job.
Who's the next active player, the most consecutive games? You answered that, Frank Thomas.
Pulled down the right field line, foul. That was almost like a drag bunt that Owen took with him.
One other question from America Online here. Is this the greatest moment in sports history, in your opinion? It's one of them.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. But it's such a unique accomplishment. I mean, it's unlike anything else. It's unlike a team winning a world championship or a boxer winning a world championship. 2,131 consecutive games. Cal will be the first to admit that it's not a performance streak, in that he doesn't have to go out and hit a home run to chase somebody's home run record, or to get a couple of hits, or to keep his average up to a certain point, as George Brett did in his chase of the 400 mark in 1980. I mean, Cal shows up and plays every day. Jeff Houston throws out Spike Owen. Now, on the surface, that doesn't sound like much, but when you think what goes into playing this game year after year and how many different ways a guy can get hurt, particularly a shortstop with runners sliding into him, trying to upend him and spike him and take him out in a double play situation with all the balls he's fouled off his foot and legs. He's been hit by pitches 45 times in his career. It's easy to get hurt that way, and yet here he is. For 14 years, he's played in every game. I mean, it's a unique but very remarkable accomplishment.
Great shot at downtown Baltimore and Camden Yards at the same time. It is a beautiful night tonight. Made even more glorious by the festivities.
2-0 the count to George Fabregas, who's grounded out twice tonight.
One other question from America Online.
All right.
Is this tonight bigger than the home run record?
Which home run record? Hank Aaron's?
Yes. And that was a monster personal accomplishment, performance-based. It's not to mean that 21-31 straight is not performance-based. You got to come out here and perform 21-31 straight times.
Yeah, as I've said often during this thing, I think in honoring Cal on this streak, what we're also doing is paying tribute to a great player who's had a marvelous career. Perhaps the best shortstop of all time. Granted, there have been shortstops who've hit for higher averages. There's been shortstops with better range. But he may be the best all-around shortstop of all time, and he's had some major accomplishments. He was Rookie of the Year, twice Most Valuable Player, 2 times he's won Gold Gloves, 13 times on the All-Star team, MVP of the All-Star game, and now playing in more consecutive games than anyone in Major League history. Strike 3. Fabregas is called out on strikes to end the inning. They go to the bottom of the 7th with the Orioles up 3-1.
Baseball's home base on the net. Scores, stats, analysis. It's on the net before it's in the news. You're in the zone or you're out.
We told you as 21-31 was unveiled, the Yankees were coming back to tie the Mariners. They went on to win the game. Paul O'Neill drives in Velarde here. This is the 6th inning, part of 4 runs in the 6th. The Yankees win it 4-3, and the Phillies and the Dodgers will come up following this game and following the ceremonies. That's Heathcliff Slocum. A little earlier, watching Cal Ripken Jr. and the Orioles in action. They'll be coming up following your post-game reports.
Welcome back to beautiful Baltimore's Camden Yards. We're taking a look from the Goodyear camera, and time now for a look at some of those Washington Post scores. But instead of scores tonight, the king of swing, Terry Crowley, hitting instructor for the Minnesota Twins, back in town tonight for the Ripken night. What did you think so far?
It's been a beautiful night. I'm so happy that I can be a little part of this and come into town. We had a game this morning, or actually this afternoon, and I missed it to come in. And I'm very happy for Cal and his family, his mother and father. It's a wonderful achievement, and the Baltimore people and the Baltimore Orioles should be very, very proud.
You saw him come around the ballpark as a kid many, many years ago. What was it like then?
I sure did. You know, I played 3 years in the minors before I got to the major leagues with the Orioles, and his dad was my manager every year. So, you know, I used to see Cal around the clubhouse when he was 6, 7, 8 years old. He was very active, and you knew he loved baseball, but if he, you know, I didn't know he was going to grow up and be as big and strong as he is now, but, you know, you always knew that he loved the game.
All right, our thanks to the king of swing, Terry Crowley, and that is the Washington Post scoreboard. For now, let's go back upstairs now to Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. It's good to see Crow out here, and it looks like Marcel Latzman is going to give his bullpen some work. Mike Malecki worked 1 inning. He's gone, and left-hander Bob Patterson takes over, and Spike Owen is now at second base. Got some dignitaries in the booth, John. We don't have President Clinton, but Chelsea Clinton, President's daughter, has stopped by to say hello, and Tipper Gore, wife of Vice President Al Gore, is also here. Wave to the folks, Tipper. Wave. Wave. There you go.
Well, we've got some dignitaries. Very much so.
Tipper, thank you. She's trying to make amends for President Clinton not showing up. We told her that we're mad at him. Chelsea, tell your dad that we're angry. If we pull the plug on HTS at your house tomorrow, the White House, you'll know why. No, we wouldn't do that. We're only kidding. We're glad to have you here, and hope everybody's enjoying this historic night. Two to Brady, who has fouled the first baseman, singled and struck out. It's almost as if the game is anticlimactic now that Cal Ripken has eclipsed Lou Gehrig's consecutive games records. People are just waiting for this game to be over with so they can celebrate a little more. And Brady is called out on strikes.
Well, that's true as far as the perspective of the fans are concerned, but not for the Angels out there in the field. But it does look like Marcel Latchman is going to funnel a different pitcher in there each half inning. Somebody up there warming up out there when Patterson's in the game pitching right now.
Well, the Yankees have beaten the Seattle Mariners 4-3, so this is an opportunity for the Angels to pick up a game, go up 6.5 games ahead of Seattle. If they could turn around and win this game. Ball one to Manny Alexander, trying to bunt. What else do we have, John?
This fellow asks here on America Online, is it me or is the media making too much of a fuss about Cal just doing his job? No, this is an affair to remember.
Think about Cal just doing his job, what that entails as Mike James gets loose in the bullpen. We talked about it earlier. Players are the ones who can testify better than anyone. They know how difficult it is to play this game, game after game and year after year. Rex Hudler said the other night, looking up at the numbers on the warehouse, which at that time read 2,130, and said you could take the 2 off that number, and that's still an impressive streak. 130 consecutive straight games, consecutive games. Tony Phillips up with a ground ball, throws out Manny Alexander. 2 down.
Maybe you've answered this one already, Mel. I think you have to. What happened to Gehrig after game 21-31?
21-30.
Well, 21-30.
He took himself out of the lineup. He had not been playing well that year in 1939. He had not looked real good in spring training. Got off to a terrible start. Knew something was wrong. Eventually, he was sent to the Mayo Clinic. They diagnosed that he had amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. But he knew that he was ill and not playing well at the time and took himself out of the lineup.
And it's my understanding he took the lineup card to the plate in that final game that he did not play and went back to the dugout and cried.
And unfortunately, 2 years later, he died. And I guess one of the ironies is in 1982, Cal Ripken was American League Rookie of the Year. The runner-up that year was the Twins first baseman Kent Herbeck, whose father passed away of ALS. And I know Kent is very active, working for the charity. On the appeal, no swing, says Al Clark. And it's 2-2 to Rafael Palmeiro, who was homered, flied out, and singled in 3 at-bats.
How long before someone else will break 21-31? Well, folks, this is an ongoing thing.
Palmeiro gets a hold of another one, hits it to deep right center field, way back and gone. The second home run of the game for Rafael Palmeiro and his 34th of the season. Within 3 of his career high of 37 2 years ago with Texas.
Well, that high-pitched cry you heard came from that baseball hurtling out there into the right center field bleachers and off another lefty. A little slider hung out over the plate right in his power zone.
Bob Patterson, who's made a living for a long time getting out left-handed hitters, is upset.
Well, he knows what happens to that baseball when a hitter drapes the lumber over the rawhide like Palmeiro did.
We're getting another pitching change with the Orioles now leading 4-1. All 4 runs coming on home runs. It's time now for the Bell Atlantic call to the bullpen.
When I'm at the ballpark, there's just one thing on my mind. Hologram baseball cards are back at Denny's. You get an Upper Deck card free with any purchase from Denny's Classic Hits menu. So collect all 28. They're more exciting than the game. Well, almost.
I've stopped playing baseball now, but my son Reed just signed a pro contract. Sometimes we go over his game, and if he asks, I tell him what I know. Like when your muscles get sore, take Advil. Just a couple are strong, fast, and work for me. And Advil's gentle on my stomach.
If it'll work on these old muscles, then I know it'll work on mine.
Nothing's been proven to last longer than Advil. Advanced medicine for pain.
More and more people turning to 11 News at 5.
You get a lot for the time that they're on. The more, the better.
First, our top story.
Getting both the international and national.
Congress is in recess.
And local news.
A tragic scene in Baltimore County
at the same time.
The latest developments, we go live.
If we go there live, you're almost there living it. Late breaking and on the scene.
Live, local, late breaking.
Watch it from the beginning to the end.
11 News at 5, only on 11.
WBAL is my source.
Oriole Park at Camden Yards is the place to be September the 11th through the 13th when the Orioles host Jose Canseco and the Boston Red Sox. Tickets are available at the Orioles box office or by calling Ticketmaster in Baltimore at 410-481-SEAT, in Washington at 202-432-SEAT, and in Northern Virginia at 703-573-SEAT. The Orioles have played home run derby the past 2 nights. Last night they hit 6 of them, and they've hit 4 more tonight. And lead 4-1 as Bobby Bonilla steps in to face a new pitcher, Mike James. Bobby has 1 of the 4 home runs. He connected leading off the 4th inning. Shawn Boskie.
The Angels are not going to give up in this one, Mel. They'll do whatever they have to do to try to secure a more favorable foothold in this one. And if that means going to the bullpen as often as they have to, then so be it.
Fastball is high and outside. James, the 4th pitcher used tonight. Shawn Boskie with 5 innings. Mike Bolecki 1. Bob Patterson 2/3 of an inning, giving up 1 run on the home run by Palmeiro. And now James. Got a good arm. He throws hard. Got a good slider.
Oh, he's got terrific holds.
2-1.
All he has to be able to do is stack pitches on top of one another on the outside.
Ball down the left field line. Garrett Anderson just inside the line makes the catch. But the Orioles pick up another run on Rafael Palmeiro's 2nd home run of the game and now lead 4-1.
Top of the 8th inning here in Baltimore, June 6, 1993. Mike Mussina hit Hasselman, charged the mound. Ripken in the middle of it. Ken Griffey Sr. is holding Cal, and in the play, Cal Ripken twisted his right knee and stayed in the game. Later was quoted as saying, "It was the closest I've come to not playing." And that was just 2 years ago here on June 6th that we heard John Miller talk to us about the close calls that Cal has had. This was very, very close.
Mel Proctor with John Lowenstein and Tom Davis back at Camden Yards. The Orioles leading 4-1. Cal Ripken has surpassed Lou Gehrig tonight, playing in his 2,131st consecutive game, a new Major League record. And now Marcel Latzman will send up a pinch hitter, Orlando Palmeiro, to hit for Damian Easley. Reminder to stay tuned immediately following tonight's game for the post-game ceremonies. And I understand that Cal Ripken will be addressing the fans at the press conference. And a lot of surprises planned. There's a dollar bill floating down from the upper deck. How about that?
Get it.
Floated right past our booth. I saw you go for it.
I was almost ready to vault out there. I couldn't quite reach it.
Want to know the count to Palmeiro, the rookie outfielder, just recently recalled, only playing in his 11th game, but he's hit well. He has 6 hits and 15 at-bats. Two balls and 1 strike. Well, it's been a star-studded evening. In addition to President Bill Clinton and Vice President Al Gore, who were here, you saw Bruce Hornsby and Bradford Marsalis, who performed the national anthem. Joan Jett is here again tonight. Tom Selleck, Corbin Burnson. In the world of show business, from the sports world, Pam Shriver, great tennis player, is one of the Orioles' minority owners. David Robinson back for another night. He was here last night. Joe Smith, the #1 pick in the NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors, former Maryland star. Kellen Winslow, the great tight end from the San Diego Chargers, is here. Pop fly down the left field line and foul on a lot of luminaries from the baseball world. You saw Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks. Joe DiMaggio is here. Brooks Robinson has come back for this game. Jim Gott, who was the winning pitcher in the first game played by Cal Ripken in 1982. The president is headed homeward. Bon voyage. Home, no doubt, to catch the replay of this game at midnight.
Yes, he might get back to watch some of this game on HTS.
You know, I thought one of the most touching moments during the whole proceedings the past 2 days was Jim Gott giving the game ball from Cal Ripken's first game to Cal. Gott won that game. I believe it was either his first or second Major League victory. He had the game ball all these years.
Definitely.
He pitched 6 innings of 1 hit ball in that game to pick up the win, and he brought Cal the game ball. Bounce to Cal, back at second, and he throws out Orlando Palmeiro.
Yeah, that was one heck of a gesture on Gott's part. Now, I mean, it was a souvenir of great personal achievement on his part, and to give that to Cal was certainly something.
Third baseman, Tony Phillips.
And now the Angels' third baseman, Tony Phillips, coming up. He's popped to third, struck out, and grounded out.
Here's a question from our America Online participants. Could Cal Ripken play linebacker in the National Football League?
You know, I think he's a good enough athlete that if he, whatever sport he concentrated on, he could have played it professionally. I really think that Cal would, if he couldn't play baseball, would love to be in the NBA. He'd have to be a guard, but he's a terrific basketball player, and he loves nothing better than a good game of basketball during the offseason. He's just an amazing athlete. But made up his mind years ago as a youngster that he wanted to be a major leaguer. One of the few in life, I guess, was able to totally live out his dream. Not only to be a major leaguer, but to play for the Orioles, his dad's team.
No, he was an outstanding soccer player, that's for sure. I heard you say earlier that you will never see this record broken in your lifetime. I am a 10-year-old boy from Frederick, Maryland. Do you think I will see it broken in my lifetime? Cal seems to think it'll be broken by someone. He doesn't seem this will be the end of it, but there's no telling how long Cal's going to go. He might put it out of reach for anyone.
Well, Brother Billy moving around tonight, back up in the Ripken box after spending some time down near the field. Well, at the time, Lou Gehrig broke the record, and the previous record was 1,307 games set by Everett Scott. Gehrig set the mark at 2,130, and no telling how far he would have stretched the record had he not become ill.
That's right.
Strike three. Phillips is called out on strikes. And not too pleased about it.
Well, he's been displeased a couple of times tonight. That pitch was off the plate about 3 inches, but Mussina has earned the right to have this pitch called. Tony can't believe it.
You know, but just to complete a thought
Yes,
about
go
whether
ahead.
or not the record will ever be broken, I don't think so. Because I think Cal is going to continue this record for another 3, 4, 5 years, and he's going to put it out of reach. And I think the game has changed. I don't think there's the incentive to play every game. I think Cal is a throwback to an earlier era. And unless somebody with his mindset comes along, I don't think there'll be anyone who really would endure as Cal has and go through all the things that he has, playing hurt and ill, and there have been many times that lesser men wouldn't have taken the field. I don't think there's anyone of that ilk. And I'm not sure a manager will ever put a player in position to break the record again. You know, there were some negative things about the streak several years ago when Cal was in a deep slump and was not taken out of the lineup. He kind of put those to rest the next year, winning MVP honors. But there were those that said he should take a day off once in a while for the good of the team, that it's detrimental. And I think those of us who've seen Cal would not agree with that, because even when he's in a slump, he's so valuable on the field. He can just help you win in so many ways, and eventually he does pull out of these slumps. He hasn't had that many of them, but eventually he will pull out of them. And even when he's not hitting, he's so productive that he just should have in the lineup. But, you know, some managers have been in difficult positions in that if they felt Cal should take a day off, they couldn't very well take him out of the lineup. And I guess Phil Regan said the other day, well, maybe Cal should take a day off, and they quickly retracted that statement.
Of course he did. He has certainly amended it.
Fouled back, and it's 3-2 to Jim Edmonds. So I don't think the record will ever be broken. But of course, when Gehrig set his record, in fact, it's on his plaque in Monument Park in New York, this record will never be broken, and it was tonight. Ground ball, fair down the right field line. It rolls into the right field corner, and Jim Edmonds is on his way to second. He wants more. He's headed to third. Manny Alexander fires, and the ball gets by the third baseman, Houston. And it's a triple for Jim Edmonds.
Well, he earned
may
it.
be injured.
He earned it because that was a sprint right from the start, right from home plate all the way around to third. And that was a rolling ball down the right field line that gets wrapped up in that corner down there. The last thing you expect is for this ball right here to be a triple, just barely out of the reach of Palmeiro at first. But you can see him flying there, and he earns it.
Phil Regan is coming out to the mound. The fans are booing because they don't want to see him make a pitching change here.
Well, you got to figure this. If you think that you can go to the bullpen and bring in a pitcher who's a better pitcher on the mound right now than Mussina is, then you're doing the right thing.
And that'll do it for Mussina. He leaves with a 4-1 lead. And Terry Clark will be the new Oriole pitcher. We'll be back.
I don't know. It seems like my perception of my career is changing yearly, monthly, or daily. I mean, I used to think that in my first year I said I'd like to play 20 years. You know, I'd like to play as long as they'll let me. I still have that desire to play as long as they let me, because it's only really a small window. 20 years seems like a long time, but in the scheme of your life, 20 years is a small window, and you only have that opportunity to play. So my general feeling about it is, yeah, I'll try to play as long as I'm able to contribute, I'm able to compete, and I'm able to play at a certain level. But I don't know. I'm starting to try to to come to grips with my own feelings about, you know, how I'd like to leave the game or how I'd like to stay in the game. And I guess when you turn 35, it comes more into focus than it was when you were 25. And you know, I have to deal with that part of my life and have to deal with that part of my career. I'm not so sure how I want to handle it, but I still think I have a few good years left in me.
And we certainly hope so. Terry Clark has come on in relief of Mike Mussina, facing Tim Salmon with a runner at third and 2 outs. Mussina left undoubtedly because of the pitch count. He threw 140 pitches.
A lot of pitches, no question about that. But he was still throwing the ball exceptionally hard out there. And if not for the little bounding ground ball right there, he'd be in the dugout looking at the 9th inning.
Fly ball down the right field line. Looks like trouble. And it is. In there for a base hit. The Angels pick up a run, and Salmon goes into second with a double, and now it's 4-2.
See, there's not a thing you can do about that previous ground ball and a little looper there hitting just inside the line. Now, you couldn't have thrown the ball down there, couldn't have rolled it down there any better than those last 2 hits.
Tim Salmon is working on the cycle tonight. He has a home run, a single, and a double, lacking only the triple. And now Phil Regan is coming out again.
Well, a very loud growl came cascading down upon Phil Regan when he walked back to the dugout after removing Mussina. That may happen again.
Terry Clark comes in, faces one batter, Tim Salmon, who hits a bloop double. And now Jesse Orosco's on his way in. Make your plans now to be at Oriole Park on Sunday, September 17th, when the Orioles square off against the New York Yankees. Every youngster age 14 and under attending the 135 game will receive a free Cal Ripken growth poster. Compliments to the Mid-Atlantic Milk Marketers Association. Tickets are available at the Orioles box office or by calling Ticketmaster in Baltimore at 410-481-SEAT, in Washington at 202-432-SEAT, and in Northern Virginia at 703-573-SEAT. Speaking of the Milk Marketing Association, Cal has had a long association with them as a spokesman. There's a terrific billboard as you come up 95 onto Russell Street into the stadium. There's a billboard that shows a bunch of cows standing in a field and says, good luck to Cal from all the guys in the field. Terrific. Jesse Orosco comes in to face switch hitter Chili Davis, who will be up there right-handed. And he represents the tying run with Tim Salmon at second base, and the Orioles up 4-2.
Yeah, that's right. After 2 outs, he just happens to represent the tying run.
Davis tonight has struck out, grounded into a double play and walked.
It looks like, Mel, that the bullpen shell game has begun. No one uses their bullpen more, it seems, than Phil Regan. And he'll have to get maximum mileage out of the arms of those who so eagerly volunteered to appear in this special game before the event.
Jesse Orosco has had a marvelous year. In 42 1/3 innings, he's allowed only 15 earned runs and 25 hits, and the league is hitting just 177 against him. Fastball away, and it's 1-1 to Chili Davis. Jesse Orosco began the day tied with the Red Sox Stan Bonilla for appearances, each having gotten into 57 games. This is Jesse's 58th appearance.
Well, he's earned the distinction, Mel, of being the best bullpenner that Phil Regan has gone to this year.
Foul ball, strike 2, 1-2 to Chili Davis. Both bullpens are active. Armando Benitez is throwing in the Oriole bullpen. Troy Percival is warming up for the Angels. There's Percival.
just as soon keep Percival out of the game. That's why you want to maintain this lead.
Two balls and two strikes, and one of our America Online viewers has sent us a message saying that my sister just called from Boston, and the Red Sox stopped their game and gave Cal Ripken a standing ovation.
How about that?
And this person asked, did that happen in other parts? Well, we don't know, but I would assume similar type celebrations were held throughout the American League, certainly. Billy Davis strikes out. But the Angels pick up a run in the 8th to cut the Oriole advantage to 4-2.
Well, I think all players in the game that have had a chance to come out here and compete just realize the incredibleness of the accomplishment, because this game not only is physically demanding, but the mental demands, and for Cal, we all know what he's had to put up, particularly over the last couple of years as he's approached that magic number. But I just have so much respect for it. I had a lot of injuries in my career. I know what it takes to have to go out there and try to play every day, and no question, you ask any player, and watching Cal approach that milestone this summer is really one of the greatest things I've had a chance to see throughout my 18 years in the Major League.
And Cal Ripken got another standing ovation as he came up for what could be his final at-bat tonight. But Cal has not disappointed the crowd. Last night, in the record-tying game, he had 3 hits, including a home run, and tonight he hit a home run in the 4th inning. Comparison of Cal to other shortstops during the streak. Cal with 317 homers. Opposing shortstops have hit only 82, and so on. There are a lot of amazing numbers that go along with this streak. And one of them is that the other 27 Major League clubs have used a combined total of 517 starting shortstops. It's 336 different players during Cal's streak. And a total of 3,712 Major League players have gone on the disabled list during the streak.
Well, Mel, that's just further testimony to the enormity of this achievement that he has attained here this evening.
Ground ball, foul. Well, the streak began on May 30th, 1982, as most Oriole fans know, when then manager Earl Weaver started Cal as the third baseman against the Toronto Blue Jays in a game at Memorial Stadium here in Baltimore. And there's the headline from tomorrow's Morning Sun: Cal stands alone. And then later, Earl Weaver moved Cal Ripken from third base to shortstop. And Weaver said, I moved him because the team needed him at shortstop. It was no stroke of genius by any stretch of the imagination. He said, we didn't seem to be winning. We were having problems defensively. I'd been watching Cal and hitting him ground balls, and he reminded me of Marty Marion of the old St. Louis Cardinals. Like that pitch almost hit him in the face.
And that pitch bounced off the bat and onto the ground and hit him in the cheek.
The side of the face. But it's things like that that remind you that quickly the player can be hurt. And he's been hurt. He's played with injuries. Rolled foul up the first baseline. But Earl Weaver had grown up in St. Louis as a kid and had seen Marty Marion, a tall, rangy shortstop, about 63 inches tall, and then Cal reminded him of Marty Marion. And with Bob Bonner struggling at short, they decided to move Cal to short. Many people in the organization thought that he should remain at third base. But Earl has proven to be right. As Cal has become arguably the greatest shortstop of all time. Base hit.
Things are going well. Base hit with half a bat.
So Cal is 2 for 4 tonight. First base umpire Greg Kosk among those congratulating him, as did J.T. Snow, the Angels first baseman. And Cal is 2 for 4 tonight. Harold Baines up for the 4th time. He's doubled, flied to right, and struck out. Baines slugs it foul.
You know, we mentioned earlier that this streak is a derivative of longevity and excellence on Cal's part, and we're seeing the excellence from him more now than ever at any part during this season, these last 2 nights.
Ball strike to Baines. And it's 0-2. One thing Cal Ripken does not have this year is a stolen base. It's about the only thing he doesn't have.
That's a thought for you.
Baines slices it foul. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Orioles. 2 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. Cal Ripken tonight, honored by the fans as he broke Lou Gehrig's record. They gave him a standing ovation that lasted 22 minutes and 15 seconds, and he took 8 curtain calls. And then finally a victory lap around the field.
Well, you knew it was going to take at least that, Mel, to calm this crowd down.
Baines fouls off another pitch from Mike James.
You know, we knew the ovation would exceed 5-6 minutes, but who would have thought 22 minutes plus?
And the victory lap was incredible.
And the Angels, patient and good sportsmen, as they have been in this series, just waited.
Baines strikes out on a slider in on his fist. It's the first out of the inning. All rights to this telecast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or other use of this telecast without the express written permission of the Baltimore Orioles and Westinghouse Broadcasting Company is prohibited. Tomorrow is an off day for the Orioles, but they will honor Cal Ripken as part of a parade through downtown Baltimore tomorrow. We're looking forward to that, John.
Very much so.
Getting underway at noon tomorrow. Cal's hometown of Aberdeen will honor him tomorrow with a parade. Little pop-up headed for shallow center. Here comes Edmonds streaking in to make the catch. And we got a double play here if he can get it to first, but the ball gets away from J.T. Snow. And guess who is safe? Cal Ripken.
This is his night, as it was last night. He can do no wrong. But it looked like this ball was going to drop, and it was worth a pursuit of second base. They catch him way off of first. But the man's living right here the last couple of nights. The Angels just can't get him.
I'm not sure Edmonds even wanted to make that throw. Short hop J.T. Snow a little bit, and Cal was able to get back to first and avoid the double play. And now Jeff Hewson comes up for the 4th time. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Takes a strike. Our next telecast on O's TV will be Saturday afternoon from Cleveland as the Orioles take on Albertville and the Cleveland Indians at 1 o'clock on WNUV, Channel 54 in Baltimore, Channel 50, WFTY in Washington.
Yeah, another team with some huge bats.
They pounded Milwaukee 12-2 tonight.
Eddie Murray's got that average up to about 320 now.
The Indians are now 84-37.
They haven't even experienced a lull this season.
Fastball off the plate, 1-2 to Jeff Houston. Well, Rafael Palmeiro with 2 home runs tonight could be within 1 of Albert Bell unless Bell hit one tonight, and he may have in a 12-2 win. But he began the day with 35 homers. Palmeiro's hit 2 and now has 34. So Raffy's got something to shoot at, the home run crown in the American League. 2-2 to Jeff Houston. Orioles 4, Angels 2, bottom of the 8th. There's Raffy, who's had a terrific season. A drive down the left field line. Garrett Anderson makes the over-the-shoulder catch. And that does it for the Orioles in the 8th. The Orioles lead the Angels 4-2.
That was special. I miss that part of baseball now. And if Calvin breaking, if anything could be more perfect than Calvin breaking Lou Gehrig's record, it would be if Dad was managing and Billy was playing second. That to me would be the perfect scenario. I'm just sorry it's not like that anymore, but in the baseball world, that's just the way it is, and that's the way this family has had to handle it.
Cal Ripken's sister Ellen, her thoughts on her brother and the family. As JT Snow leads off the 9th inning against Jesse Orosco. One of our America Online viewers asked, knowing that I collect baseball ties, that am I wearing a special tie for tonight's game? Well, first of all, last night I wore a tie that featured a shortstop making a double play in honor of Cal Ripken. Tonight I'm wearing a tie that has Lou Gehrig on it, among other things. Some old-time stuff, ticket stubs, and
beauty.
Yankee uniform, and so forth. But we've got another tie here that was sent up to us tonight by one of the Orioles owners, Steve Jeppe. Of course, Cal Ripken is very involved with the Baltimore Reeds program, and this is a Cal Ripken tie, which is beautiful.
Gorgeous.
You and I each got one. I gladly add this to my collection.
Perfect colors.
Terrific. Steve, thank you.
Indeed.
There's Steve, the comic book mogul.
Give that fan the fun.
Steve, you're on.
2 balls and 1 strike to JT Snow.
Well, the Angels are down to the last 3 outs now. They don't figure to go easy into the night, but that'll be up to Jesse Orosco.
2-2 to Snow. Well, there are 2 men up in the Oriole bullpen, Mark Lee and Doug Jones.
Those are security blankets, and you got to have them.
Got the impression last night with the Orioles opening up a big lead early in the game that Phil Regan made an effort to get some of his substitutes into the game to be part of the Cal Ripken experience. But tonight it's a different story, with the Orioles up by only 2 runs. He wants the win. He has said all along that he would not jeopardize winning a game in order to get players in the lineup. Strike 3. Snow is called out on strikes, and he's upset.
Well, he doesn't believe it's a strike. Larry Barnett seemed to think that's been a strike all night long.
You know, speaking of Larry Barnett, he is quite honored to be the home plate umpire for this historic game. The head of the umpires, Marty Springstead, who's Larry's boss, assigned this crew to this particular series. And then since Larry Barnett is the crew chief, the other members of his crew said that they felt that he should be the one to work home plate, which I thought was a nice gesture. So they worked out the rotation so that he'd be behind the plate tonight. Roy Barnett is among those who feel that Cal Ripken's record will never be broken. He said, but people said the same thing when Lou Gehrig set his mark. Grounded to first. Palmeiro to Jesse Orosco for the out. And we're down to the final out. Roy Barnett said his favorite sign that he's seen during this series was someone had a sign that read, Cal, Lou would be proud of you. And Larry Barnett said, I think he is. And we would agree. Mike Owen coming up for the second time. He pinch hit the 7th inning. Stay tuned. Immediately following the game, we will have the post-game proceedings. We understand Cal Ripken will address the fans. It should be very emotional. A lot of his teammates from the past are here. Joe DiMaggio is on hand, so you'll want to stay with us. And he'll also hold a press conference after the ceremony, and we will bring you the press conference live. And I guess it's appropriate for us to congratulate Cal Ripken on his amazing feat and just to thank him for all the thrills that he's provided for us over the years. It's been a pleasure and an honor to sit in this seat and watch him play, and I'm sure you feel the same way, John.
Yeah, and it's not over yet, too, so we'll be able to see him play here at that position for many, many years to come.
And we'd like to thank the America Online people who've been with us as well tonight. We appreciate your help.
That's super.
I hope that we've been able to answer a few questions. We'll do it again sometime. A drive into left center field. Cal Ripken's good friend Brady Anderson makes the catch, and that's appropriate. Eliciting a smile from Cal, and it is over. The record breaker. Cal Ripken tonight, eclipsing the Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig, playing in his 2,131st consecutive game, a new Major League record. The totals tonight for the Orioles: 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 7 left. For the Angels, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 5 left. Mike Mussina gets the win. He's now 16-8. The Major League's second 16-game winner. Shawn Boskie takes the loss. He's 6-4. Jesse Orosco picks up his first save of the year. Well, the time of game tonight was 3 hours and 35 minutes, but keep in mind, Cal received a standing ovation that lasted 22 minutes and 15 seconds.
I'll be the first one to tell you, Mel, right now that indeed he does recognize the enormity of his accomplishment, but he accepts praise with such reluctance, almost with a whimsical smile and nothing more.
So it's been an incredible 2 nights. Last night, Cal Ripken tying Lou Gehrig's record. The Orioles winning 8-0. Cal hitting a home run that made the final score 8-0. He had 3 hits. He came back tonight with 2 more hits, including another home run. Has homered in all 3 games of this series, and it has just been outstanding. Final score tonight: the Orioles 4, the California Angels 2. Stay with us.
We'll be back with the post-game ceremonies from here at Camden Yards. Please don't go away.
Tom Davis welcome back to Baltimore's Camden Yards, where the Southwest Airlines player of the game turns out to be who else? Cal Ripken Jr., who hit his 15th home run, homered for the 3rd straight game against the California Angels as the Orioles win it 4-2. Cal had a couple of base hits in the victory, and he played in consecutive game number 20, 131 to set the all-time record, surpassing Lou Gehrig's mark by 1. The Orioles win 4-2. The Southwest Airlines player of the game is Cal Ripken, and we'll be back with more from Baltimore's Camden Yards as the post-game show will continue on, and we'll be here for at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half if things go well.
Welcome back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, where we'll have some stirring post-game ceremonies. We'll hear from Cal. He's homer, helped the Orioles beat the Angels 4-2. But first, a man that spent a good deal of his professional career in Baltimore, so knows the feeling well. Let's go back to our Baseball Tonight studios for our compatriot John Saunders to get us caught up elsewhere around the majors. John?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And we will not leave Camden Yards. You're right. I actually was working in Toronto when Cal Ripken started his streak against the Blue Jays. Later that year in 1982, I moved to Baltimore, started working at WMAR as Cal Ripken's streak started 13 years ago. But right now, let's get you up to date on some of the other action around Major League Baseball. And as I mentioned, we will stay at Camden Yards and keep an eye on that game. The Brewers and the Indians, Albert Bell was the story with a 3-run home run, his 36th home run of the year. The Indians' magic number is now down to 3 as they come up with the victory in this one, 12-2, and Kansas City's actually playing a doubleheader, so the magic number could be down to 1 if they lose at both ends of that. Boston beats Oakland 8-2. Roger Clemens, 8 innings, 10 strikeouts. New York, a 4-3 winner over Seattle. Jack McDowell, complete game, 9 strikeouts as Paul O'Neill drives in the winning run. Chicago beats Texas 7-5. Frank Thomas had his 34th home run of the year. And Toronto and Kansas City, as I mentioned, playing a doubleheader. Joe Carter with a 2-run single in the first game. That one is now in the 8th inning. And Detroit loses to Minnesota 9-1. Cecil Fielder with his 29th home run of the year. In the National League, the Rockies against the Cubs. First, let's take a look at the wild card race. The Royals right now have a 1-game lead over the Seattle Mariners, but as you can see, the list goes deep. The Oakland A's only 4.5 back still with a chance in the wild card race. Now we'll move on to the National League, the Rockies and the Cubs. Jason Bates lashes one off Bullinger with the bases loaded, and it clears the bases. The Rockies take a 6-4 lead, and they go on to the 10-4 victory over top of the Chicago Cubs as Colorado seesaws with Los Angeles in the West. But right now on top of the wild card, we'll take a look at that in just a moment. St. Louis loses to Atlanta 6-1 was the final there. The Mets beaten by San Diego 6-5. Pittsburgh a loser to Florida 2-1 that final. Cincinnati over Houston 7-3 in a couple of games now just underway. And Montreal leading San Francisco 3-1. Here's a look at the wild card race right now in the National League. The Rockies a 1-game lead over the Houston Astros. The Cubs are 2 back, Phillies 2.5, and the Padres now 3 games back. We mentioned it was Cal Ripken's night in Baltimore, but it really was Cal Ripken's night all around Major League Baseball. Let's go back and take a look as the number 2-1, 3-1 was posted earlier tonight at Oriole Park in Camden Yards. Baseball just seemed to come to a stop around Major League Baseball. If we take a look at the tape, there were players coming to the top of the dugout, players standing, applauding, the fans everywhere. This one, the ceremony right now at Fenway Park in Boston, and then County Stadium in Milwaukee, the fans and the players watching the scoreboard. The ballpark in Arlington, another pretty good shortstop, Ozzie Guillen, applauds because he knows just what it would take. Everyone enthralled with the action. And Yankee Stadium, they just put it on the board. It's official. Where Lou Gehrig played in so many of his games of the streak of 2,130, it came to an end. That streak that they thought would be a record that would never be broken. And this one has been broken tonight by Cal Ripken Jr. Once again, my congratulations go out to Cal and his family, his wife Kelly, and his father and his mother. Terrific night. Right now, let's get back out to the ballpark and join Chris Berman.
All right, John, thank you. It's great to have you with us on this very special night, about as special a night as I can remember in our 16-year history, and maybe in the 100-plus year history of baseball. There are very few moments like the one that we've witnessed. Cal and his family and honored guests will be on the field shortly for post-game ceremonies, and we will cover them all here from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. So please stay with us from Baltimore. We'll be right back.
Welcome to all the people that have been watching on Channel 50 in Washington, joining our HTS coverage here from Baltimore's Camden Yards. The Orioles winning 4-2. Cal Ripken's magic number no longer exists. It's now 21-31 and counting. He holds the record for the most consecutive games played in the history of baseball. He also homered tonight. Rafael Palmeiro hit 2 homers. Bobby Bonilla also hit 1. The Orioles have 10 home runs in the last 2 games. They beat the California Angels 4-2, and we'll be back with more of the post-game show from Baltimore's Camden Yards here in just a moment.
And welcome back to Baltimore Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The Cal Ripken post-game ceremonies coming up. And the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, Captain Jim Maloney and the boys from Vienna, Virginia at the controls. We thank you, and we thank you for that message. And boy, the message was heard loud and clear tonight, Buck Martinez. And I mean, there were some thoughts that maybe 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. The victory lap that Cal took was certainly not planned. The outpour and the warmth was certainly well-deserved and was planned by the fans. Not that they talked about it, they didn't have to. And he hits a home run in the 4th inning. Man, you don't write this stuff.
No, that's what he's all about. He has just had a phenomenal career, and you can see that's already the newspaper for tomorrow, the Sun. Cal stands alone. And they've got a big front page picture of Cal Ripken here tonight. And you know, that trip around the warning track to acknowledge all the fans was something that a couple of veteran players on his team, Rafael Palmeiro and Bobby Bonilla, got behind, and they kind of instigated it. And you can say what you want about the modern day player not having a sense of history, but both of those ball players right there knew how significant the moment was, and they wanted Cal to go out and show his gratitude to the loyal fans here of Baltimore that have been here year in and year out supporting this great Oriole tradition.
Well, I hope the inspiration that we felt last night and tonight will carry over more than just what a great couple of nights of watching games. Last night, when the magical number of 2,130 was unfurled, it hit Cal like a ton of bricks. And then he hit this ball like a ton of bricks in the 6th inning. Gone. Tonight, in the 4th inning. Gone. And then a half inning later, Lou Gehrig's record, gone. Cal Ripken, Lou Gehrig. Two gentlemen, one a Hall of Famer, one who will be. Linked through history, through baseball numerology, and linked by stirring ceremonies. July 4, 39 for Gehrig, September 6, 95 for Ripken, and we've only just begun. Stay with us.
And welcome back to the Camden Yards here in Baltimore and to all the Oriole flagship station people. Channel 13 in Baltimore now joining us along with Channel 50. We're live at Baltimore's Camden Yards after the Orioles beat the California Angels 4-2. Tom Davis together with Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein. We're getting ready for the post-game coverage of Cal Ripken's record-setting game, 2,131 consecutive games, surpassing Lou Gehrig's mark by 1 tonight. Of course, Cal hit his 15th home run, in case you missed that earlier. Bobby Bonilla hit a solo shot. Rafael Palmeiro hit a couple of home runs, and the Orioles win the game 4-2. Mike Mussina with his 16th victory. He joins Greg Maddox as the only 16-game winners in baseball, and the Orioles won both the game 2,130, and they also win game 2,131 for Cal Ripken, and Cal hits home runs in each game. And again, welcome to the people that are watching now on Channel 13 in Baltimore, the Orioles flagship station, and also to Channel 50 in Washington. Joining us here on the HTS Orioles Network, and we'll be back with more from Baltimore's Camden Yards as the post-game show for Cal Ripken's night continues in a moment. Tom Davis welcoming you back to Baltimore's Camden Yards together with Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein. Channel 13, Channel 50, and HTS all covering this right now. The Cal Ripken post-game show. The Orioles win the game 4-2. Rafael Palmeiro homered twice, Bobby Bonilla once, and Cal Ripken hit another home run, and he turns out to be the player of the game as Mike Mussina won his 16th. And we'll be back with the beginning of the post-game celebration with Cal Ripken in just a moment.
It's taken Cal Ripken 13 grueling years to break Lou Gehrig's record that no one dreamed would ever be broken. Until now. In honor of this momentous event, Major League Baseball has officially endorsed this Cal Ripken Jr. Iron Man baseball, featuring a full-color picture, a facsimile of his signature on the sweet spot, and his career highlights with the Baltimore Orioles on the backside. This official baseball comes with its own numbered certificate of authenticity, protective lucite case, and decorative box. All this for only $19.95. Call now to honor baseball's Iron Man with this remarkable collector's item, the exclusive Cal Ripken Jr. record-breaking baseball. At
your credit card ready, you can call 1-800-245-9467 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $3.95 shipping to Cal Ripken Baseball, P.O. Box 78H, Grand Central Station, New York, New York. That number again is 1-800-245-9467. That's 1-800-245-9467.
And back again at Camden Yards, Tom Davis together with Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein in the record-setting game for Cal Ripken, consecutive game number 2131, surpassing Lou Gehrig's mark by 1. The Orioles win again, beating the Angels, and Cal Ripken hits another home run, his 15th this season, and his third in 3 consecutive games against the California Angels, including one last night when he tied the record, and one tonight when he set the record. And it's kind of interesting now looking into the Orioles dugout. Many of the players are coming back into the dugout for this post-game show. I can see Mike Mussina, who started and won tonight's game with his 16th victory, and then Leo Gomez standing alongside him, together with Chris Hoyle sitting to Mussina's left. And then I see Orioles pitching coach Mike Flanagan there, along with Tim Bishop. And a little bit further down the aisle, Chuck Thompson and John Miller getting ready to go out onto the field for the beginning of these ceremonies. And then as I look inside the Orioles runway here, I can see Cal Sr. together with Vi Ripken. Cal Ripken's back in there also. So everything's getting ready to begin. You can see Vi to the left there, and Cal Sr. dressed in street clothes, trying to duck behind the door a little bit. And John Lowenstein has just come onto the field along with Brooks Robinson. John wearing his Orioles jacket. I see Rich Dower off on the third base side. As we shift our coverage to the third base side, Rick Dempsey and Ken Singleton wearing Orioles jackets. And this is going to be a highlight reel of the 1982 season when the streak began on May the 30th of 1982, and many players from that 1982 team back here in Baltimore. In fact, the only two that supposedly are not going to be here, Jim Palmer, who is on a cruise, and Len Sakata, who is managing in Japan. So supposedly things are getting very close to happening now. An absolutely wonderful night here in Baltimore. The applause for Cal Ripken after he set the record, 22 minutes and 15 seconds. They hold records for applauses. That could be the one that surpasses any record for an applause at a sporting event or any event, because it was absolutely terrific as these Baltimore sports fans stood continuously for more than 22 minutes. I see Jim Gott, who presented his game-winning baseball back in the 1982 season for his first big league victory, back on top of the dugout steps with his wife there on the first base side. You can see Jim, quite a pleasant person. We had a chance to interview him during one of the breaks here tonight, and just a guy that you'd really love to chat with. He's on the disabled list right now of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we see the two men that have called the majority of the Orioles games since all the way back in 1954. Of course, Chuck Thompson, the Hall of Fame broadcaster, and John Miller joining the team back in 1983. And they're both headed out to the pitcher's mound now for tonight's ceremonies here at Baltimore's Camden Yards, as we're getting ready for the post-game celebration of Cal Ripken's consecutive streak of 2,131. And there's no telling how long this is going to last. We're going to cover it all the way through the press conference till the end. There'll be a press conference after the ceremonies on the field, and we will carry you all the way through the coverage here on our live and exclusive coverage on Channel 13, HTS, and Channel 50 in Washington. So out towards second base, I think Rex Barney will now introduce John Miller and Chuck Thompson.
Your attention, please. Once again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to History in the Making. We have some exciting things in store, and to tell you all about them, please welcome Hall of Famer Chuck Thompson and the voice of the Orioles, John Miller.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and welcome to baseball's most historic evening. 21-31 finally, and now tonight we celebrate. But before Cal comes out, we'd like to bring out a few people to share in this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 1995 Orioles. We got them all out here? Everybody's here? Okay, then we have a couple of special guests that I would like to introduce at this time. First of all, the Orioles General Manager, Roland Heeman, and followed by Assistant Frank Robinson and Dr. Gene Boudin.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back to the beginning of the streak. Imagine yourself at Memorial Stadium on 33rd Street. It was May 30th, 1982. It was 82 degrees on a Sunday afternoon, and that would become game number 1. Batting first that day for the Orioles and playing center field, number 1, Al Bumbry. Batting second that day, back in town, second baseman, number 25, Rich Dower. Here he is. Batting third and playing left field, number 37, Brother Lowe, John Lowenstein. Batting cleanup, the designated hitter. He was a great hitter. Number 29, Ken Singleton. Batting fifth, he was at first base. Number 10, the Crow, Terry Crowley. Batting sixth, he was playing right field. Number 15, Disco Dan Ford. Batting seventh, although he thought he should have been hitting higher, maybe third or fourth. The Orioles catcher, number 24, Rick Dempsey. Now, hitting ninth for the Orioles that day, he's playing shortstop, could not be with us tonight because he is managing a club in Japan. He was number 12, Len Sakata.
Chuck? Ladies and gentlemen, on May 30th, 1982, he batted eighth and he played third base. Please welcome the new Major League consecutive games played record holder, one of the greatest players to play the game, Cal Ripken Jr., with his mother and his dad, Cal Sr. and Vi.
Now, a couple of presentations to Cal. First, on behalf of Cal's teammates, the winningest pitcher in the major leagues, Oriole right-hander Mike Mussina.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold everything. It looks like there's a problem with Cal being at third base. Earl Weaver, ladies and gentlemen, has a better idea. All right, now he's at short, just like Earl wanted all along. Nice move, Earl. The Earl of Baltimore, Earl Weaver. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Cal's 1995 teammates, again, here's the winningest pitcher in the major leagues, Mike Mussina.
Thank you. I'm going to make this as short as I can. The team got together and got Cal a few things to help him fix up his house, because we all know he's fixing up his house. Down the right field line, where the garage door, they're going to show it on the screen for you. We got him a solid mahogany pool table. The guys are scrambling because I caught him off guard. Here it comes. Mine's got big wheels. Everyone knows how competitive Cal is, so we got him a game he can compete with himself. And we also got something he can decorate the outside of with. The whole decoration thing, that's for competition. And this is to look at. It's a 2,131-pound landscaping stone with the numbers 2131 etched in the side. Now, we all know Cal's going to play a lot more games than 21-31. But on behalf of all his teammates, all the guys that have played with him before this, and all the guys that are going to play with him after this, we want to be able to look back at this night and remember it the way we're all going to remember it. A great night. Thank you.
Mike Mussina. And now, to say a few words on behalf of Cal's 1995 Orioles teammates, here is Brady Anderson.
Thank you. For 14 years, Cal Ripken has played for the Orioles with skill, determination, and dedication. His inspiration has always been a love for the game, his teammates, and the devoted fans of Baltimore. The record which has been broken today speaks volumes about a man who never unduly focused on this achievement, but accomplished it through years of energy, incredible resources, and an unflagging passion for the sport. But fame is a dual-edged sword, and his is no exception. Incredible pressure has been placed on Cal as it became increasingly apparent that this achievement could be realized. In breaking this record, he surpasses the playing streak of Lou Gehrig, an exceptional baseball player so universally loved and admired that sentimentalists might have hoped it would remain untouched in deference to the man himself. Gehrig's haunting farewell speech at Yankee Stadium, his brilliant career, and his quiet courage leave a legacy of heroic proportion which will grace the game of baseball forever. I know Cal is honored to be in the company of such a legend, just as we know that each man's accomplishments and contributions enhance rather than diminish the others. For what finer tribute can one player give to another than his uncompromising excellence? We are thrilled to play beside him today, and we wish to thank Cal, our teammate, friend, and mentor, for enabling us to share this wonderful moment in time. We acknowledge his extraordinary performance in breaking this record, but we acknowledge as well his excellence throughout the 14 seasons. Cal, you've inspired many teammates, you have delighted millions of fans, you have given the nation uncountable memories. Your pride in and love for the game are at a level few others will ever reach. This day marks an historic occasion in baseball, and we warmly congratulate you on this achievement. Thank you, Cal.
Thank you very much, Brady. And just in case there's any doubt, that very beautiful lady who was holding the message that Brady just read is Kelly, Cal's wife. Let's say hello to that lovely lady. All right, next is a presentation on behalf of all of the Major League ball players. Please welcome the last Oriole to play shortstop on a regular basis from 1965 to 1981, the Blade, Mark Belanger.
I'm here on behalf of this Baltimore Orioles team and all the Major League Baseball players to present to Cal this hard hat, which he will need when he goes to Inspiration Field in Aberdeen, Maryland, when it is under construction. We will be building a stadium and park for kids to play baseball in. Congratulations on an outstanding accomplishment. Thank you.
Next is a representative from tonight's opponents. Won't you welcome, please, Mr. Chili Davis. I hate to say this, but I'm afraid Mr. Davis is not going to make it. Representing the current Oriole players, number 25, Rafael Palmeiro. And representing every player to put on an Orioles uniform, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oriole, Brooks Robinson. I'm going to backtrack. We found a man we were looking for. Welcome, please, Chili Davis. Come on out here, Chili.
Thank you, John. Boy, am I glad I told Errol Weaver to move Cal Ripken to shortstop. Oh, I'm telling you. What a great night. And what a remarkable feat by Cal Ripken Jr. And he did it with grace, dignity. What else can you add? A great teammate. I just feel very fortunate to have seen Cal, when he was this high, come to the ballpark with his dad, shag balls, stay around the clubhouse, sign a professional contract, and play the kind of baseball that he's played all these years. You know, I played over 20 years here in Baltimore, and a lot of people might say that I'm Mr. Oriole. But Cal Ripken, you're Mr. Oriole. Congratulations.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to introduce the chairman of the Orioles, who has a few presentations to make. Won't you welcome, please, Mr. Peter Angelos. Pete, if you'll come out here, please. Now, first of all, in recognition of this monumental achievement, Mr. Angelos is presenting Cal with a Waterford crystal with an inscription that reads, "Presented to Cal Ripken Jr. by the Baltimore Orioles, commemorating the Major League record of 2,131 consecutive games played, Oriole Park, Camden Yards, September the 6th, 1995. And here is Mr. Joe Foss to make that presentation to Peter, who will make the presentation to Cal. Next, Cal, is a gift that embodies your distinct characteristics. It is a Paul Picot watch, one of the world's very finest, just like yourself. It never needs winding, astonishingly accurate at all times, and is described as perpetually powered. Here to present this precious timepiece is the general manager of Paul Picot, USA, Mr. Michael Goldstein. Finally, another gift representative of Ripken characteristics. And if you look down the right field line, you'll see, Cal, your brand new Chevy Tahoe. There it is. The Chevy Tahoe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Angelos with a few words on behalf of the Orioles.
This is truly a magnificent evening, one filled with much meaning and many great baseball memories. This is a night, an event which will stand forever in our recollection of something special, something remarkably significant. What Cal Ripken Jr. has achieved does him huge credit as a person and as a baseball player. He has used his God-given talents in a remarkable and uniquely heroic way, and by his example, he represents the finest tradition of the American work ethic. That type of commitment to doing your best day in and day out through whatever physical or other challenges life may present serves admirably as a model for the youth of America. This is a tale of accomplishment through the travails which life presents of getting the job done. There is a bond here between the past and the present, between the strength of Lou Gehrig as reflected in the strength of Cal Ripken. This is about commonly shared virtues and values and perseverance, which casts a mold for the future. Qualities of that character have a dimension that survives the generations. And we can proudly say that these are qualities which are particularly part of the American heritage. Cal has given by work and effort. Most significantly, what he has achieved stands as an inspiration for us all. This event has also been favored by an outpouring of giving, which is wonderful to behold. Through extraordinary generosity, purchases of the special Ripken commemorative seats have raised more than $1 million for establishment of the Cal Ripken Lou Gehrig Foundation, which is being created to financially support and advance the research being conducted into Lou Gehrig's disease by the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. We are fortunate indeed to have such important research being conducted by an institution whose local roots are deep and whose stature in the world of medicine is of international dimensions. I wish to acknowledge the efforts of the committee. Pete Manos, President of Giant Foods, Dick McCready, President of REM Incorporated, Don Hutchinson, Chairman of the Greater Baltimore Committee, and our own Joe Foss and Lou Gehrig of the Orioles. Let's give them a great big hand. Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce very briefly Gene Budig, President of the American League, who authorized the construction and use of 260 field seats for this event. This is the first time that seats on the field have ever been approved by the major leagues except for a World Series or an All-Star game. We want to thank Gene Budig for doing that. Let's give him a hand. I am pleased to report that through the efforts of Pete Manos and his committee, we were able to sell all 260 tickets at $5,000 per ticket, which generated a gross revenue of $1,300,000. Cal, we would like now to present you with that check, which you are clearly and directly responsible for producing, and ask you to present it to the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Cal, if you please. The doctor already had it in his hand. Now, what can the Orioles do as a baseball family in a All right, we're going to finish in a minute. We have another announcement here. What can the Orioles do as a baseball family in a continuing celebration of what is happening here tonight? What can we do to celebrate that which has unfolded in the most dramatic way over the last few days? The Orioles, in appreciation of what Cal Ripken has done and what he stands for, and recognizing the opportunity to share in this significant research undertaking, hereby pledge to provide the additional money needed to bring the Ripken-Gehrig Foundation initial funding up to the level of $2 million. This is a gift from the Orioles Investors Group, which I am privileged to lead. But most importantly, it is a gift from you, the best fans in all of baseball, whose unfailing enthusiasm and support make all this possible. Tonight tells us a lot about the greatness of this game, about endurance, and about the enduring quality of baseball. With heartfelt appreciation, we thank Cal and we thank each of you, and may we all remember and be grateful for this night and all it stands for. The Orioles congratulate Cal's parents, Vi and Cal Sr., Kelly, his lovely wife, and his children, Rachel and Ryan. Cal Ripken, we salute you. You are indeed baseball's favorite son, Cal Ripken.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cal's going to speak, but first of all, you want to see this next gentleman. He was Gehrig's teammate, one of the greatest players ever to play the game. Here to honor Cal, the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio.
All right, I got my stuff here. I got a few notes, but I do want to say there's a beautiful monument to Lou Gehrig at Yankee Stadium that says, "A man, a gentleman, and a great ball player whose amazing record of 2,130 consecutive games should stand for all time." Well, that goes to prove even the greatest records are made to be broken. And wherever my former teammate Lou Gehrig is today, I'm sure he's tipping his cap to you, Cal Ripken. He's a one-in-a-million ball player who came along to break his record. And my congratulations to you, Cal. You certainly deserve this lasting tribute.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all waited for, probably the toughest part of the evening, for number 8, Cal Ripken, Jr.
When the game numbers on the warehouse changed during the 5th innings over the past several weeks, the fans in this ballpark responded incredibly. I'm not sure that my reaction showed how I really felt. I just didn't know what to do. Tonight, I want to make sure you know how I feel. As I grew up here, I not only had dreams of being a big league ball player, but also of being a Baltimore Oriole. As a boy and a fan, I know how passionate we feel about baseball and the Orioles here. And as a player, I have benefited from this passion. For all of your support over the years, I want to thank you, the fans of Baltimore, from the bottom of my heart. This is the greatest place to play. This year has been unbelievable. I've been cheered in ballparks all over the country. People not only showed me their kindness, but more importantly, they demonstrated their love of the game of baseball. I give my thanks to baseball fans everywhere. I also could express my gratitude to a number of individuals who have played a role in my life and my career. But if I try to mention them all, I might unintentionally miss someone and take more time than I should. There are, however, 4 people I want to thank specially. Let me start by thanking my dad. He inspired me with his commitment to the Oriole tradition and made me understand the importance of it. He not only taught me the fundamentals of the game of baseball, but also he taught me to play it the right way and to play it the Oriole way. From the very beginning, my dad let me know how important it was to be there for your team and to be counted on by your teammates. My mom. What can I say about my mom? She is an unbelievable person. She let my dad lead the way on the field, but she was there in every other way, leading and shaping the lives of our family off the field. She's the glue who held our lives together while we grew up, and she's always been my inspiration. Dad and Mom laid the foundation for my baseball career and for my life. And when I got to the big leagues, there was a man, Eddie Murray. who showed me how to play this game day in and day out. I thank him for his example and for his friendship. I was lucky to have him as my teammate for the years we were together, and I congratulate him on the great achievement of 3,000 hits this year. As my major league career moved along, the most important person came into my life, my wife, Kelly. She has enriched it with her friendship and with her love. I thank you, Kelly, for the advice, support, and joy you have brought to me, and for always being there. You, Rachel, and Ryan are my life. These people and many others have allowed me, day in and day out, to play the great American game of baseball. Tonight I stand here overwhelmed as my name is linked with the great and courageous Lou Gehrig. I am truly humbled to have our names spoken in the same breath. Some may think our strongest connection is because we both played many consecutive games. Yet, I believe in my heart that our true link is a common motivation, a love of the game of baseball, a passion for your team, and a desire to compete on the very highest level. I know that if Lou Gehrig is looking down on tonight's activities, he isn't concerned about someone playing one more consecutive game than he did. Instead, he's viewing tonight as just another example of what is good and right about the great American game. Whether your name is Gehrig or Ripken, DiMaggio or Robinson, or that of some youngster who picks up his bat or puts on his glove, you are challenged by the game of baseball to do your very best day in and day out. And that's all I've ever tried to do. Thank you.
The night's concluding for Cal on the field, but in a few moments we're going to be back with the post-game press conference as we continue our live coverage for Baltimore's Camden Yards on HTS, Channel 13 and Channel 50. A night to remember in Orioles baseball history. I was talking with John Stedman a little while ago upstairs in the press box, and I think it might be safe to say that this man, Cal Ripken Jr., has surpassed the popularity of any Baltimore sports figure in the history of this town. And I'm talking about people like John Unitas and Brooks Robinson. Right now, I think he is the most popular person ever to put on a sporting uniform in this town. And unquestionably, the 22-minute applause backs up what I'm thinking and saying right now. We'll be back with more from Camden Yards in just a moment. Back again at Camden Yards, Tom Davis with you on HTS and Channel 50. It's now 10 minutes to 1 on September the 7th. It's actually the day after Cal Ripken set the record for the most consecutive games played by a Major League Baseball player, 2,131, surpassing Lou Gehrig by 1. And I think when you look back at the ceremonies last night, when you see all the Hall of Famers like Ernie Banks come to Baltimore, you see Henry Aaron and the awards that they presented Cal, John Unitas representing the National Football League and what he did here in Baltimore. And then there were so many other things that transpired. Pam Shriver giving that autographed tennis plaque from all the ladies and men from the U.S. Open. It's just a night to remember last night. And then tonight, I think the thing that stood out more than anything was the 22-minute, 15-second applause in the middle of the fifth inning when the Orioles were leading the game. I think it was 3-1 at that point. The Orioles, by the way, win the game 4-2, and they win both games, the tying game and the record-setting game for Cal Ripken. And Ripken homers in each game. So there'll be memories for many, many a fan. And, you know, when you add up the two attendances for the two games, they're talking close to, 100,000 people for those two games. And you got to wonder how many people will be saying 15, 20 years from now that they were here. I mean, it's obviously something that they'll enjoy talking about for years to come. The press conference is about to begin, and we're going to go inside now and listen to Cal Ripken's comments.
It's working.
Cal.
Congratulations, first of all. What was the significance of taking the jersey off and giving it to your family?
What was the significance of taking your jersey off and giving it to your family, and what do you plan to do with it?
I knew you would ask me that. I didn't think you'd ask me on the first one, though. I was just thinking it was something I've been thinking about wanting to do. I'm not a collector by any means. I mean, things such as this, they have special meaning, and they I don't know. I just thought, I'd like to keep that as a memento and give it to the people that might have the most meaning to it. And I thought that my children actually would be able to hold on that and have some sort of pride in it.
In the last few days, what was the emotional high point for you, and was there any thought about the running around the field, or was that spontaneous?
Very spontaneous. It was actually Bobby Bonilla and Rafael Palmeiro's idea. They said, we'll never get this game started unless you run around the field. And I told them I didn't have the energy to make it. They said, you can walk. So I think I did for the last leg.
Cal, what was the emotional high point of the last few days?
Whew. Everything's been building for some time now. In the last 2 days, there was some sense of relief for me personally yesterday, and then there was a lot more underlying nervousness, today. The emotional high point, I think, both days. It just seemed to stay at one kind of level and stay there the entire 2 days. The ovations in the 5th inning were just incredible. I mean, again, I tried to explain what that feeling would be like, and I would hope that everyone would have the opportunity to feel, a feeling like that. And those two moments in the 5th inning, or at that point where the game becomes official, were unbelievable moments. I think that ends my answer.
Now, there's a lot of talk about baseball and records and wins and losses and all that for a long time. But tonight I detected an underlying theme of family values. From your wife, you, mother, and father.
There's been a lot of talk for a long time about baseball wins and losses records, but tonight there seemed to be an underlying theme of family values. Is that true?
Well, everything that I am as a human being and as a player, I attribute directly to the base in which my mom and dad gave me growing up. They instilled certain values in me that allowed me to make certain decisions based on my own experiences in my life. And although I didn't set out to do this, the fact that this consecutive game streak just happened, I went out there and played every day, and it just happened. And I started to have a need to really celebrate it with the people that were really the closest to me. And obviously my own family, my wife and my 2 kids. I had a need that I needed to feel. I had a need to celebrate it, internally with them. And the same with my mom and dad. I don't know what the celebration is for all of baseball. I try not to think about that. I know that everyone says that it's a great accomplishment, and I know the hype, and I know the media, and I've always downplayed it, and I've always tried to keep it in perspective. But to me, this particular last 2 days were very personal to me, and I really wanted to share them with my family.
Cal, it looked like you were having more fun tonight than you have in the last week. Less pressure and more fun talking to the other players.
Would you comment on the fact that you look like you were having more fun tonight than you have recently?
Well, I think I guess I was having more fun. I mean, there was a certain sense of relief having gotten through yesterday's game that there was an end in sight to all the craziness and all the attention. And having performed well in the game last night in conditions where everything was running really high, and the focus was really on the number of games that you play, made me feel good. Made me feel like it just made me feel good. And when I had that sense of relief from yesterday, it kind of carried over today, even though, again, that switch is still turned on, and it still feels like you're running really on high all the time, and it's very exhausting mentally, and then mentally kind of leads into the physical exhaustion. It just seemed like today was a little bit more relaxing than yesterday was.
Now, some people say that your streak is even more impressive than Lou, particularly because of the position that you play as much demanding, but also for the coast-to-coast travel and the occasional turf game. What are your thoughts on that?
Would you comment on the fact that some people say that your streak is more impressive than Gehrig's because of the coast-to-coast travel, the position that you play, and the fact you occasionally have to play on turf?
I really don't have a a good opinion on that because I only have a perspective from what I do. I only have a perspective of what the travel is like, what the day in and day out grind is like. And I guess for someone to be able to say that, they would have to know what it was like on both sides. It could have been more grueling for Lou for other reasons than what we know. I try not to think about it. I try not to compare. Again, we share a consecutive game streak, Lou Gehrig and myself. But this wasn't about me chasing Lou Gehrig or trying to become Lou Gehrig. It's just about who I am and how I approach baseball and how I was taught to approach baseball. So I don't try to glorify my actions or say that it was any better than what it is. It's just me going out there and wanting to play. Sometimes it's hard on the travel from coast to coast. Sometimes you get in really late at night and you don't have you have a game the very next day, and physically you're not 100%, but you're able to condition your body and get through it and play. So I don't know. That was a long-winded answer and didn't really say much, did it?
Cal, the fan that caught tonight's home run says, I quote, "Boskie and Cal look at what he stands for and all the memories he has given us." I'd like to know your reaction, what you'd like to say to that.
Would you talk about the fact that the fan who caught tonight's home run ball paid you such a tribute and gave the ball back to you?
Those kind of statements and those kind of reactions really make you feel good. I don't know if I'm deserving to get the ball back. I mean, if I put myself in his position, I think I'd have a tight grip on the ball and I wouldn't give it up, just for my own personal feelings. But when somebody does that, it really shows a deeper feeling, and it really shows that maybe you've done something right, in the time that you've played, and it really makes you feel good as a human being.
What was it like? Excuse me, I called on Bruce.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I called on.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
I messed up.
Okay.
I thought I had the power to call on someone. Sorry. I will give back the power to Phyllis.
Go ahead, sorry. What was it like and what were you feeling when you ran around the field? You were high-fiving fans, shaking hands. What was going through your mind?
Would you talk about what was going through your mind as you took your lap around the field?
It was more intimate. It was, you stand out in the middle of a stadium that's screaming loud, and it's 50,000 or near 50,000 people. Sometimes you feel isolated and alone. When I was running around the fence, just as you are signing autographs, sometimes you're in the crowd, and it becomes a whole lot, becomes more personal. I mean, you can look into people's faces, you can shake hands, you can give signals. They're within earshot of you. It was much more intimate, and it was good. I mean, I wouldn't have expected it. I didn't know what to expect when I did it. But besides the fact that it's physically exhausting running around the outside of the track, but actually going through it and seeing the enthusiasm up close, was really meaningful.
Cal, how incredible to you and how important was the fact that you hit 2 home runs, one last night, one tonight, and both games were wins?
How incredible was it to you and how important that you hit a home run last night and tonight and both games were wins?
Well, there's no doubt about it. It made the celebration, it made the event, it made everything so much better by playing well individually and playing well as a team. To win, is what we all set out to do. And, we had 2 great pitching performances. We played well in the field, some great plays, and we've hit a lot of home runs in the last 2 days. So we might want to go back and look at the juice ball theory for those special balls again. But at the same time, that you derive the most satisfaction out of winning and being a part of a winning game. And when you're out there in the field shaking hands at the end, sometimes from afar it doesn't look so so special. But when you're actually out there playing and you get the opportunity to shake hands on the field, that makes it all worthwhile. And just throw that in with the rest of the celebration. It made everything really come out nice.
You had a lot to do with that work and putting together Streak Week. What was living through this like for you? Kelly, would you talk about what living through this was like for you?
You obviously had a lot of input in Streak Week.
How long do we have?
as far as helping out with the streak week, I did meet with the Orioles in the beginning of the season, and we spent many hours going over things that we thought Cal would like or wouldn't like. So I did spend a lot of time with that. This particular week, it was a tremendous build-up, and I think really last night was, for me, was probably a little bit more emotional. That might sound crazy, but I think it finally hit me when it was last evening. And tonight was, because it was kind of like a dress rehearsal last night, so tonight wasn't as, you know, emotional.
Cal, can you talk a little bit maybe about having Dad here? I know again, there's been a lot to have here.
Would you talk a little bit about what it was like to have your dad here?
Yes. It was very special because, as I alluded to earlier, it was it's very personal to me to be able to share, you know, this accomplishment, you know, with my family, and the influences from my mom and my dad. And my dad was very, very influential in everything I did in baseball. He molded me in certain ways, you know, in life and how to handle things. And I knew he was going to be here. There was some speculation all along that he wasn't going to be here, but there was never a doubt in my mind. And I had a really good conversation with him, you know, beforehand. I had a really good conversation with him afterwards. And this was one of those special moments. I think back as a child when I didn't understand why my dad wasn't home so much, and that baseball took him away so much, and he couldn't be there for Little League games. And then when we got together and we were on the same team for a while, then I was really thankful that we were together again. And now we're separated again. And in this particular case, this event, you know, a baseball event, brought us back together, and we had a really, really good couple of days, and I'm really thankful for that. Yes. I don't think so.
Right here.
Hank Aaron had his son at ROO, and now you have your Sashio at Agasa. You can break his 22-15 on the 63rd game next year.
Not again. Oh, God. Are you setting me up for the same spring training answers that I have to give next year? You know, I'm just going to continue to go out and approach it the same exact way, and here we go again. But my only goal is to come to the ballpark, you know, with the idea that I want to play. And that's all that I've ever tried to do. And hopefully I'll know when it's time for me not to play. Hopefully it's not because someone will take my job, but I'll just know. And I enjoy playing, and as long as I think I'm coming out and I'm good for the team and I can contribute, I'm going to continue approaching it that way. If that happens, then that happens too, but it's not, again, it's not a goal.
Now, you said all along that you wouldn't read about Gehrig or study Gehrig, and you took many things aside. Will you go back and start reading and studying and learning now, and if so, how soon?
If you said earlier that you would not read about Lou Gehrig or study him, will you change that now and begin to read and study about it, and if so, how soon?
I don't know whether I'll actually study about him, but I tell you what, I'm going to watch The Pride of the Yankees very soon. I remember seeing it in parts as a kid. I couldn't tell you how the whole movie went, and I just remember the speech, and I'm very interested in watching that movie. So that's one of the first things I'm going to do, and probably the second thing, if I ever get through the book that I'm reading right now, then the next book is the Lou Gehrig book.
Is that the Ray Robinson book?
No. It's one of those Ayn Rand books that's about 1,000 pages of small print.
Cal, some would say that a lot of great things Gehrig did on the baseball field were overlooked because of the streak. Are you concerned about that? Look back, only at the streak and not some of the other things?
Some people say that a lot of the great things that Lou Gehrig did on the field were overlooked because of the streak. Is that something that you think might happen to you, that some of the great things you do will be overlooked because of your streak?
I'm not concerned about that, no. Somewhere along the way I got comfortable with the fact that the streak is my identity. And I don't say that in in a positive or a negative way. It's just something that's happened, and it's something that you have to deal with and you have to accept. I still try to go out and do the very best I can. I try to contribute the very best I can, and I know that I've accomplished certain things. I've been able to have success hitting. I've been able to hit a few home runs. I've been able to do some things in the field that I'm very proud of. And it's good enough for me just to know that I'm able to go out there and accomplish those things. And I know that that if you don't get recognition for them, or they look back and just remember the streak, that's okay. No, it's a good thing.
Cal, will you be happy to be able to go back and just be playing on the Cal Ripken baseball player rather than just have to talk about the streak everywhere you go and everybody you see?
Are you going to be happy to just go back to being plain old Cal Ripken, the baseball player, rather than having to talk about this streak everywhere you go?
Can you guarantee that that's going to happen? I know that the maintenance of the streak will lessen. There's no doubt about it. I think things will never be the same as they used to be because of all the attention that I received during this run, and hopefully I'll be able to deal with that as well. But I'm looking forward to a time when I can come out and just try to really concentrate on the game, not to have to worry about a press conference the first day in the city, not to have to worry about a countdown to a certain game. I'm looking forward to that.
Would you talk a little bit about the park that's being built in, I believe, by the Major League players in your hometown of Aberdeen?
I hope I'm not speaking out of place or whatever else, but I didn't know about it. And maybe it was supposed to be a surprise, but maybe I was supposed to know. I don't know. But I think it's great. I think it's absolutely great because there's not a whole lot of facilities. And I remember growing up in Aberdeen, we had ample space. And even when you don't have ample space, you can go out in a cow field. I better be careful about it. I don't describe my hometown as too out in the country. But you can go out into a field and you can map out a playing field and you can accomplish what you want to accomplish. But there's nothing like playing on a nice field with a backstop and a nice dirt infield. And so when I think about that, I long for facilities when I was growing up. I mean, whether it was a basketball court or whether it was a field outside. And I think anything that can be done anywhere in the country, and especially since it's my hometown, when you put in athletics fields, I think that's super. It gives an opportunity to some other kid or some other group of kids to go out and play and enjoy the game.
You're watching live the HTS Orioles network with Cal Ripken Jr. being applauded after the press conference has ended now, as the Orioles have said goodnight to baseball here in Baltimore at 1:10 on September the 7th. This evening began at 7 o'clock for HTS, and it's gone on continuously since then, and in fact included a 22-minute and 15-second applause in the fifth inning for Cal Ripken, who set the record, surpassing Lou Gehrig's mark now with 2,131 consecutive games. The Orioles won the game 4-2. Cal had another home run, and don't forget the next game on the O's TV network on O's TV will be Saturday from Cleveland, Channel 54 in Baltimore and Channel 50 in Washington, and then HTS's coverage resumes Sunday afternoon as the Orioles conclude the series with the Cleveland Indians. For my colleagues Mel Proctor and John Lowenstein, this is Tom Davis saying thank you for watching. Once again, Cal sets the record, and the Orioles beat the Angels 4-2 from Baltimore's Camden Yards. This is Tom Davis wishing everyone good night and thanks for watching.